Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, June the 4th. It is June the 4th. Yes, June the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, guys, it's amazing what is happening. I mean, there are my gap ups and gap downs in the pre-market. So much is happening. CIDM, boy, you know, this was a 70-cent stock yesterday, and now it's 376. I think it's kind of in the same sector as that GNUS. I don't know who Bob Ross is. I suppose I should know who he is, but I guess they're streaming it on Roku, and that's their big deal with CIDM. But my goodness, so much is happening in the pre-market. So I did take this DLPN trade. If you were in the room yesterday, remember I was saying it would be interesting if it could hold over a dollar yesterday, and it didn't. It actually closed just below, but it gapped over a dollar this morning, and so I ended up taking this trade at $1.60, and I sold out at some levels 221, 225, and last at $1.90. So we'll have to see. I mean, it still has some room if it wants to keep going on the monthly chart to 360, but we'll see if it's just resting now and it takes out two later on. That's what I thought. I thought that he was a painter from years back, that guy. I thought that was, but oh well. Anyway, I mean, that's an amazing move. I mean, again, guys, look at CIDM. Its low of yesterday was about 70 cents. It's 377 now. And it's a low float, but it's not an incredibly silly low float. 9.8 million, I mean, that's very low, but it's not like a 1 million or so. Anyway, it's just amazing what's happened here. What else? What else? I'd be keeping an eye on apps. You know, probably won't be as dynamic a trade as some of these other ones, but this could be a second day continuation of earnings. It'll be an all-time high if it takes out, looks like 913. So keep an eye on apps. Second day continuation of earnings. This one could be very interesting. ZI is an IPO for today. Of course, it's got Zoom in the name, so I think a lot of people will probably be attracted to it just because of Zoom. And that's an IPO, probably come out around 10:30. It looks like it's either oversubscribed and it's going to gap up over the IPO price. Meanwhile, amazing. Look at eBay even. Look at eBay. eBay with 700 million in the float. Wow. All right, let's keep going. Save from yesterday. The airlines are all ripping also. Look at Save from yesterday. Take your pick of an airline. Even American Airlines, I think, is on the move here. Yep, American Airlines. Keep an eye on TMDI. This one, is it over a dollar? No, it's not over a dollar. Keep an eye if it breaks a dollar. Has a ton of room if it does break a dollar. It tried a little bit earlier, got up to about 98 cents. NIO keeps going. NIO, that's from, this is about the fourth day now. 1, 2, 3, 4, and now, I'm sorry, this will be the fifth day. Just continues. A lot of these China stocks are moving like this. Now here's one on the way down, SMAR, S-M-A-R. SMAR is an earnings play. Look at this gap down, no support until maybe, there's the 200-day moving average, 45. So look at this gap down for SMAR. Big gap down, look at that, 18%, $11. Cloudera did announce earnings after hours, and no, not a great reaction so far. CLDR. Kezar. Let's see, what is Kezar doing? Huge gap for it, 55%. Look at this. I mean, look at this gap for Kezar, KZR. Still has a ton of room on that monthly chart. Positive readout. They must have some big positive on their drug. And that's for KZR. By the way, I'm swinging this WMG, guys. This was the IPO from yesterday. I said I would probably take it if it got over 31 or 30. And so I ended up taking this just right around here at 30.20. So I am swinging this one. This was again the IPO from yesterday. Kind of waiting on the other one to see if it gets above yesterday's high. I think it's the PLRX. God, there's so much happening. It's amazing. My gapper uppers in the pre-market, VISL, another low float, 17 million in the float. Of course, what to say about GNUS? Kind of understand now why. I mean, it still has room. I mean, it's amazing, but it still has room to say that. So this was a buy. Two buys. I mean, it was a brief sell yesterday, a brief short on it. It didn't work. Got out for about a 20-cent loss. Two buys on it. So the original buy was at 339 2 days ago. 925 now. Even this one, ENT, this is Wi-Fi and airplanes, basically. I don't even think I saw this one yesterday. Look at ENT. Look at the bounce it had yesterday. Continuation today, ENT. MREO, another one that is gapping up. I mean, through the 200-day moving average. Expects no, whatever drug they've got, expects no trial delays despite the COVID. So MREO, another low float situation, 13 million in the float. And what else we have? CHNG. This could be really interesting. This is now a gap down on earnings. I mean, look at the gap. It's trying to recover just a little bit here, but if it takes out, I don't know, what is the low here, 11 or so? I mean, it has really, well, it doesn't have that much room, I suppose. And let's see, AMRS on the way down here. They did a financing. Haven't even been able to check what the financing price is, but this is their news. They've done a financing, AMRS. Even this one, Luby's. And look at the gap for Luby's, LUB. After hours, it had a huge move. It's now just almost at the after hours high. Doesn't have a ton of room. I mean, if you look at this area here, 230, 240, so it's not that far away for LUB. Well, let me just quickly look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Not too many downgrades. Man, not too many upgrades either, but not too many downgrades. eBay continues here. There has to be some news on it. Just a few more upgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades. And I'll get some of the downgrades in now. What? Goldman Sachs with a downgrade from Deutsche Bank. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. You know, I keep saying this. I haven't used eBay for years and years and years. But evidently people still do. And I know some people are going to say, I do. I get it. Here's another one. I don't think I forgot to mention this one. Why? Oh, well, now it's capped down. YVR, did they announce a financing? Yeah, you see, well, at least they did it before the market opened. So they announced the financing. This one was ripping higher here. YVR is very interested in it. Only 1.6 million, but they've just announced the financing. So forget that one. If you're asking me, Grumpy, I really don't know, because if I have to locate, I don't even try. I have no idea. I do notice sometimes when I try to short something and there are no shares available. I do get a notice the next day saying that shares are available for the stock you tried to short sometimes. I will say this, that GNUS, no shorts are available without a big search. The same thing with CIDM. And now that's for me, an Interactive Brokers, okay? That's got to be a setting within the trade room. I don't know. I think there might be, I don't know. There's got to be something here that maybe allows pop-ups. Maybe you accidentally disabled it. I should know, but I don't. Yeah, here's another one. You're right, SBC. I mean, there's just so many, guys. There are so many. So many. SBC, yeah, SPCB. Just one moment, please. Of course, all the airlines, I mean, the airlines are, if you believe in the recovery, I mean, obviously some of these airlines, Save has just had on a great, great run. JetBlue, I'm sure, is following. Another kind of cheaper, a little bit cheaper. JetBlue. I'm sure, yeah, I mean, pick an airline. They all look the same. The only one that doesn't quite look the same, in my opinion, is American Airlines. You see, the other ones are kind of out of this area. Okay, American Airlines is still lagging. I still think that's probably the weakest of the airlines. I can't help you there, Diligence. Sorry. I don't trade options, so but maybe somebody who trades options might be able to help. Yeah, you better, well, you better do some searching on that then. Before you buy an option, you should, I'm not trying to dump on you or anything, but you should understand how to trade it. Wow, CIDM. I thought I did really well with the DLPN. I couldn't really see any news on the DLPN yet anyway, but I thought I did really well in the CIDM. I almost got this one right here. I was looking at it, but I was still kind of messing around with the DLPN. There was a tremendous amount of consolidation right there for CIDM. And then so right there would have been a good buy. Oh, Peter, I don't know. I just don't trade options. I mean, I just trade stocks. I don't know. I have never really looked at option trading. It's that simple. Somebody's asking me trade. Well, okay, you have to, Matthew. It's usually a pretty simple link. Just tools, external linking, and add the link. Have you tried? Have you tried the external linking tool? It's a pretty simple link with IB. So Matthew, I don't know if you can hear me in the YouTube feed. I don't know. Have you? It is a pretty simple link with Interactive Brokers. Okay, so tools, external linking. So from the toolbar, tools, external linking, and then here's all you have to do. So when you want to add a link, follow this, okay, where it says keeping the window, just go into your order entry in Interactive Brokers. The only other thing you have to do, you do have to do a rule. See where it says edit the link? You see where it says rule? Go down to select Interactive Brokers Live, okay? And then you're good to go. Look at Ant. What's GoGo doing? Because GoGo was sort of the leader in that. And Ant was sort of the following. This is way back. This is sort of Wi-Fi and airplanes. And GoGo was always kind of the leader in that, and Ant was the poor cousin. Look at Ant. Oh, good. I'm glad it worked, Matthew. Yeah, it's very simple. Well, I will be, now if you want to see my watch list all day long, again from the toolbar, click on new, channel bar, and then my windows. All right, and then you'll see these three windows. You won't see anything else. Well, you'll see three windows and a couple of charts, but you're not going to see the basic new highs and lows. really the channel bar is just to get you, or my channel is just to get you to focus on these three windows. But remember, it is a layout. So before you do that, save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So anything you click on a channel will replace whatever layout you have. So I will be watching this, and I will be turning on the strategies. Again, we're still experimenting with this this new VWAP stop. So I'm going to turn them on. So they will auto trade the entries as they happen. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. And I'm a little bit leery what's going to happen today, because I probably have too many stocks in my watch list today. It was hard to discern which ones to not carry. There's so many really interesting setups. So I had a lot of alerts yesterday. Okay, Raj. So yeah, we have if you right click on an alert window and search, and then just type in consecutive. Okay, so here you have your consecutive candles on various time frames. Okay, Raj? 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, and days. Videos and how to use existing, what existing layouts are you talking about? Are you talking about like in the channel? No, there's no videos on the channels themselves. Hopefully they're fairly self-explanatory. I mean, how to use anything. I mean, how would I use the basic new highs and lows as an example? Just because you get an alert, of course, doesn't mean you automatically take the trade. Okay, Raj, watch closely, okay? So right click, configure, search, consecutive. Oops, I got it on. Okay, so when you add the filter, so if you want them up, green candles, and you put it in the min. If you want them down, use the max and use a negative number. So in other words, -3. If you put max in the max, -3, that would be at least 3 1-minute candles down. Okay, so green is up, and minus in the max are the red candles. Okay. Boy, here's another one, guys. I mean, look at Sabre coming back also of course in the airline sector. This looks really interesting still. Sabre, SABR. At least they did it in the pre-market. That's all. I'll give them credit for that. Instead of waiting for the market to open and then, an hour in, where as people are getting excited about trading something like this, at least they did it here. Yeah, I'm sure MGM, I mean, probably MGM would be, I don't say my top pick. It just happens to be one of it's not quite as expensive as Las Vegas, LVS. MREO continues to move higher. Look at this. Look at the volume that just came into MREO, coming into maybe some resistance right around here. So Thomas, it's almost impossible to have a video on how to use, because there's so many different ways to use it. I mean, you're clicking on an alert like the swing trade. I mean, you just have to look at the charts, and you have to make a determination. Yeah, kind of like that one. Look at the chart. Lots of room. It doesn't have earnings coming up. Just things like that. All right, guys, the market's going to open in a little over 30 seconds. Let's have a great trading day today. And boy, keep an eye. This ZI could be really interesting just because it's got Zoom in the name. This is an IPO today. Probably come out around 10:30 or so. Yeah, really happy, really happy. I'm swinging this one. I haven't swung anything in so long, and Torps, if you're in the room, but I said I was going to swing this one if I got over 30. And we are now open for business. Now, typically I just wait out the first 15 minutes anyway, so let things settle down a little bit. I'm going to miss a lot of ones that are going to keep running here, but wow. What? I don't know. Yeah, you know me. I'm not a big swing trader, so I don't know what I'm going to do. Wow, wow, wow. All right, guys. Listen, I took some. I took them out. I had to do it. I just took $3 out of WMG. I was in at 30.20. I just sold some at 33.20. So exactly. I think this is. I think the ZI is going to be. The only thing it didn't have is Goldman in it, but it's got a lot of others. Look at Save now, guys. Wow. No, no, I took it yesterday after hour, not after hours. I took it yesterday, Alex. If you were in the room yesterday, I talked about it, and I said I would. I was really considering to swing it if I got over 30. So I took it 30.20. But what do you think about? I mean, ZI. I don't know anything about them other than it has Zoom in the name. And when people look at Zoom, and look at Zoom. So I have a feeling that this ZI, I don't know when it's going to open exactly. We won't know. Probably, hopefully around 10:30ish, but we'll know. Yeah, the only one it didn't have in there was Goldman Sachs when I looked at ZI, but it's got a lot of heavy hitters. Look at DLPN now, guys. DLPN is now, I'm out of it completely, but DLPN is now over 2 again. This has room to about 350 on that monthly chart. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Remember I was mentioning GoGo as sort of lagging ENT? Look at GoGo now. Spirit Airlines or Spirit Air, whatever they are, Spirit Aerosystems. Even Macy's is having a resurgence here. Look at the volume that's coming into Macy's. Well, now AAL is starting to look a little bit like the other ones. A little bit. The other ones, though, have cleared kind of an area like that. And this is what I'm talking about. You see how Save is cleared kind of that similar AAL area? It has cleared it. Meanwhile, news, yeah, my. Not shortable for me. Car is awesome. I mean, once it was another one from the AI yesterday. 2512 on the entry. We just had our first halt. News just got halted. Look, I mean, keep an eye even on, Bed Bath and Beyond, another beaten up retailer crawling back. And that is BBBBY, or three B's and a Y. Look at the volume. This is traded about 4.5 the float already. Here's another one. Granite Point is a trust, GPMT. What? A stock is actually going down? NIO is actually going down? Okay. Look at Home. Again, another one has crawled off the bottom here. At Home. Big area to try to get out of. Home. Yeah, see, if you're asking me, I cannot give advice like that, okay? I mean, it's a very interesting area. Obviously, I guess if it took out that 450, it's going to resting there. It could be interesting, but I'm not advising you to do it. Okay, it briefly tried. It briefly. There it goes, guys. Watching. Okay, guys. Okay, I'm in this one now. Now, you're gonna have to put a. I don't have. It's a stop that's going to be very, very tough here. You got to watch it like a hawk. I'm sorry. A minute 4:51. I'm talking to CIDM, of course. Boom. Okay. All right. In case it cannot crack that whole number. All right. I just sold some at 485 from 451 for the CIDM. I sold some at 485. Whew. Now, if it can crack 5, look out. I mean, this reminds me of news, guys. Got to watch that 5 level. Just waiting on it to see if it explodes through 5. No, I'm sure it is. I'm not in any. Wow. Amazing. Look at Cloudera. Cloudera coming back also. CLDR. Come on, take out 5. Okay, put a 510 alert on it. See if I can induce it higher. Unbelievable news. I just waiting to see if CIDM can crack 5. There. Man. Look at the volume, guys. 65 million shares with a say a 10 float. It's traded the float 6.5 times already. I see we've had some halts. I haven't even been able to look at the halts yet. News resumed. ISIG. This got halted. Why not? Insignia. Who are you? Oh my gosh. Guys, okay, I'm just watching to see now, can it break 6? All right, I took some out of 590 in case it cannot break 6. Let's see. Looks like it's going to break 6 though. Now, by the way, I'm what a morning. I'm out of the, while I was watching all this, I saw my WMG. I'm out of it now. I may get back into it, but I took $3 out originally, and then it just went right back down. So, whoa, what a morning. Now this is so extended now, of course, the CIDM, and that's why I only took 59 shares in the simulator. The simulator is in action right now, because I had such a wide stop. Say it again. Yes, what a morning. I mean, we've got GoGo, we've got ENT, we've got, of course, the CIDM, the DLPN, got the airlines. Fossil, look at Fossil coming back too. Another retailer is horribly beaten up. And if, I couldn't pay attention to this, but even a great Holly short. A cheap short. I mean, a 10% gain so far on that one. No, I'm going to exit this one. It's only 58. This is in the simulator, okay? Fossil, guys, FOSL. Over that whole, well, it was over, yeah, still over the whole number 4. Now, let's take a look at it and see what sort of room it has. Doesn't have that much room. Look at the weekly chart. It's not, it could be a lot of stalling. Right around that 420 and then right around that 430 level. So it's not a great looking weekly chart for FOSL. See, you took a bunch of shorts here. Now these are all, they're here. Let me make sure. Okay, MDLA was a short bias. FUTU definitely was a long bias. You can see maybe a continuation. Now YVR probably shouldn't be in here. There's a financing. Increase the clarity of the video. Well, I'm going to have to do a little poll. How is the video display, guys? Look at KZR. And I'm talking. I am talking. So, okay, a couple things. Can you guys hear me? Somebody's saying he can't hear me. Okay, so it's on his end. What about the video? Okay, a tiny bit blurry, really? Well, it's probably depending on your. Hmm. How about, okay, compared to yesterday? Okay, let me try something, okay? Okay, now give it a second because it might start blurry. It might start blurry, and then because I'm using a different feed, I've been using it since Monday, and I thought it was working out pretty well. It's the same feed I use to display in the YouTube, our YouTube channel. Yeah, just give it a just give it a minute. Yeah, just give it a minute. It it's the same thing. You know how sometimes when you go to a YouTube video and it starts out blurry and then it gets crisper. You know, you have to give 5 or 10 seconds. Okay, I'm going to try one more thing, and I want you to tell me if it looks better this way. I hope it doesn't. I actually hope it does not. Ah. If it's about the same, I'd rather go back. Yeah, the problem is that some people are going to say that they can't see my screen. Well, you know what, guys? It's obvious. Yeah, I want to go back because, and it's obvious that, I mean, it depends on your system too, I guess. Now, so it's going to start blurry. It's going to start blurry right now, so don't all panic. So why doesn't everybody just take their profits they're making from having trade ideas and buy better monitors, better computers, better monitors, and then we'll never have this problem, okay? Meanwhile, guys, I mean, KZR, whoa. So this was taken in the simulator. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this YVR one because it's not, this is a, also I want to see, couldn't short it anyway. Okay, this is not shortable for me. Oh, it is shortable. Should give it a little more time. Oh, of course. If you're following me on YouTube, definitely switch to 1080p. There's no question. Whew, I got to, yeah, big pullback. I'm surprised. I'm surprised, but I'm all out of it now, but I don't know what I'm going to do with this one. If I want to get back in it. It's the same feed, Russ. It's exactly the same feed. Okay, it's just in the trading room, which this is what I call the trading room. We have way more traders, way more interaction. It's easier for me to give you links rather than the YouTube feed. I saw this one was halted before. Anti got up to 141. ANTE, another low flow situation. You're in the trading room. Thomas, you're in the trading room. There's just, no, it's confusing. There's just two feeds going. Sometimes if you don't care about a lot of interaction with traders, you just want to hear me and maybe see my screen, the YouTube feed is fine. But this, where you are, you are in the official trading room. And I'll pop that into the YouTube feed if anybody wants to come into what I call the official trading room. So guys, I'm out of everything now. I am completely out of everything now. All right, Corteva. What are you all about? Big float, 750 million in the float. You have room until about 31. It's hard to get excited about these little more expensive ones, though, when these smaller ones are just popping and giving us just tremendous percentage gains. And look at the market, guys. Look at this market. Will not quit. I guess jobs numbers came, or the unemployment numbers came out again today. Was it 2 million? 1.88, okay. So obviously, guys, if I'm paying attention to these trades on the simulator, I would never let KZR come all the way back after being up 161, and now I'm only up 16. So if you are, if you're using the simulator, which I'm going to go over, this is the Trade Ideas trading simulator, real time paper trading. And what it's doing is it's auto trading the entries of these two watch lists. All right, why not you guys, or you? CREX, look at the volume that's coming into CREX, CREX. This did kind of the same thing yesterday. It got up to 323 and then it closed down to 275. It's trying again. If it takes out that 323, this could have another nice run. Remember about 3 weeks ago, it got up to 6, and that's for the CREX. Now Ant on the way down. So that's why you got to be so careful with these small ones. MREO, guys, MREO after the pullback, making a new high now, MREO. A little bit, dreamer. I could have closed the room at, well, I could have closed the room before it opened, if that makes sense. Okay, guys, this is an earnings play. SMAR. The only support really is maybe it down around 45.25. That's a 200-day moving average. Okay, that is an earnings play. Huge gap down. And MREO just got halted. Well, I'm going to welcome everybody to the room a little early. Normally I do all this around 10:30, but first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Fridays, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. This is a free room. As you're probably aware, if you're not a Trade Idea subscriber and you're in the room, this is a free room, not just for Trade Idea subscribers. If you are a subscriber to Trade Ideas, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Right there is the scans tab. All the scans that I'm sharing. And also you can access them all from this room drive icon. It looks like a half open folder. Scans that I share, download, goes to a Word document. So you can take a look at all the scans, including the halts resumes. This is how I knew that MREO was halted. Well, actually, it wasn't. It was the DLPN that made my day more. DLPN made my day more, and of course the CIDM. But pre-market, the DLPN really kind of made my day. I don't think I could have shorted DLPN. No, not shortable at Interactive Brokers. SMAR continues down. You're looking for a little more expensive one that could just continue down for a while. Be aware there's that 200-day moving average. Could be the support area. OIS from yesterday. This was on my watch list yesterday. I think I took it off. Can't remember why, but look at OIS. Nice break. I mean, look at that weekly chart. We talked about it. We saw so many weekly charts that looked like this yesterday. So many of them. Being hit by the virus, basing, and then crawling back. Some of them are more than crawling. So you're seeing the simulator in action here. These are just, I've been auto trading these entries. I've not been paying close attention. We're still testing this. This VWAP stop looks almost the same now. I think the idea of this new stop is supposed to be wider at the beginning of the day to take advantage of the fact that some stocks, at the beginning of the day just whip up and down. And then as the day progresses, it becomes more like that stop that you have. But all right, easy come, easy go for eBay. What a move it had. And now it is now underneath 50. Okay, ante just opened, guys. It's another low float, 10 million in the float. MIK is an earnings play. Michaels is an earnings play. Now it's not looking too good. Meanwhile, LIVX, a cheap one, is starting to move down here. News is halted. Yeah, it got halted right here at 10:01, 20 seconds after. So if it's a 5 minute halt, it'll open at 10:06, 20 seconds after 10:06. If it's a 5 minute halt, whereas it got halted on the way down. Oh, why not? Look at COCP. Actually, it's not a low floater though. 46 million in the float. COCP starting to look at the good volume, 4.5 times normal. We have our halts resumes, Tim. It's one of these scans I share. I consider anything under 20 million a low float, but it depends on what you're used to trading. I mean, if you're used to trading the Facebooks, that have 2.4 billion in the float, there will be people that think 100 million in the float is a low float. But for me, anything under 20 million is I would consider a low float. And the lower the better, of course, if the stock is in play. So news resumed. Got to be over, right? Can't keep up with all this. I mean, look at Very. That's a red bar ignored too on Very, VERI. Look at the room. Let's see, what sort of room does this have on the weekly? Sorry, the monthly, 21. Look at this. What like, look at these moves from all those lows. Triple, basically. More. I mean, look at this $1.70 stock. About, what, 2 months ago? You shouldn't, Billy. I don't know why. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to be in the trading room. It just asks for an email. Let me just see. So do you not see this? You just put your name and email and then you submit and that should be it. All right, things have settled down a little bit. This one was flying high yesterday. SMHI was a big flyer. Look, I mean, look at the move it had. This could keep going. What's the float? See, yeah, 20 million in the float, low float situation. And again, look at the room it's got. Look at that daily chart, almost 45 down. It has room up to that 320 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Billy, I don't know how to help you. We had a lot of people coming in from YouTube yesterday, and people are coming into the room all day just using that login. I'm not sure how I know how to help you. I don't know if that's it. I have no idea, Billy. I'm sorry. Wow, AMRS is bouncing off that financing, guys. It has a financing right here, pre-market, and it is bouncing off the financing really, really well. Let's see what it was at $3 a share. That's a tremendous lift off that financing. Wow. Sorry, Billy. I just don't know how to help. It's so unfortunate. I mean, everybody's systems. There's so many different configurations out there, and I just don't know how to help you. So when you say is this tool fully automated, what do you mean by that, avocado addict? Okay, Kezar's right back up. This time I'm going to exit it. I'm going to flatten out of it. AESE. Oh, got a little too soon here. This is definitely pretty whippy. Lots and lots of room though. Look at this one. I mean, it has room to 19. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but look at the room it's got. KZR. I'm not suggesting anything. I don't suggest anything. MGNX guys, look at this now. This is starting to come back. I mean, this one is such a tremendous play about 3 weeks ago. So again, offshore racer, I'm not trying to be flip, but I don't recommend stocks, okay? I talk about stocks and I'll indicate where I think I might get in, but I don't recommend that anybody follows what I do. I can't do that. I'm not allowed to do that. Yeah, LK is just a traders, they're just going after it. I mean, it's supposed to be delisted. I mean, look, they're appealing it. They are appealing it. See, I think that CIDM is following, it's obviously following news to a certain extent. I'm calling them kind of in the same sector. And that's why I got into the CIDM early, thinking it might. In fact, I was discussing it with a couple of trade ideas traders before the market, basically saying that. Well, AAL is having a nice move, making this might. So this one just got halted. Rose U just got halted. Look at this craziness. Well, you can use, this is a scan, it's a scanner, okay? Avocado, it's a scanner. So, I mean, you can use it with whatever brokerage you've got. It doesn't really matter. All right, this got halted again. On the way down now, guys. Well, it's only probably since I talked about it, it's put on about $1. It just won't stop. It will not stop. Yeah, you would think that news is going to do some kind of financing. You'd like to, well, what do these guys do? Data processing. SIG is definitely a nice little play here, guys, taking advantage probably the fact that Tiffany's is not going to be bought by that French company, or it looks like they're not going to be bought, though there's rumors maybe it's still on, but I'm assuming that that's one of the reasons why Signet is moving higher. There's so many charts that look incredible. So here's another one, GNPX. Look at the room. Well, it doesn't have that much room. 360 is probably a big resistance area for GNPX. Yeah, that's what I saw. Still in negotiations. Finally, my alerts have settled down. So Avocado, can you hear me in the YouTube feed? You've been asking me some questions. I'm, I'm hoping you can hear my answers. Well, guys, if you want a little more expensive one, this is a CMD over the whole number. It is an earnings play. Okay, it is an earnings play, and it's coming off. It's up. Hasn't traded that much. Not a lot. Wow, for a $50 stock, only 37 million in the float. Oh, Fossil was an earnings play too. I didn't realize that. Fossil, FOSL, was an earnings play. Kezar, wow. I'm positive. Kezar 616 data. Did you cover? Is that why you're going to cry, Grumpy? No, low float just means that if it's in play, that's why you get these crazy moves. In play, meaning that for whatever reason, traders are piling into a stock for whatever reason. So the lower that number, that's the supply. Remember, we talked about that yesterday. That's the supply of stock. The lower the supply and the higher the demand, just like any other commodity on Earth. Oh, I thought oh no, it was a dolphin. That you dolphin or whatever that you got. Oh, there is one, but I'm not going to. Maybe once a week, PJ. Yeah, look at Beyond Meat. Thank you, probing one. Yeah, look at Beyond Meat. Exploding for sure. Boy, you want a Momo? This is a great Momo window, guys. Those of you looking for momentum trades, I mean, probably there are a lot of different configurations of Momos, but I mean, I this is very simple, and it just seems to deliver all day long. If those are the types of trades that you like to take a look at, doesn't mean you hop into the trade immediately, but at least it identifies something that is moving like this. And then you can kind of watch it, check to see what sort of room it has on the daily and the weekly and the monthly. But it's not just, cheap stocks. I mean, look at AAL. So the AI is really quiet today. Had a nice first alert on that short of Oxford yeah, Oxford Lane. Yeah, here's my tip. Don't look at it. I, I don't use it at all. So no, you can't do that. But you don't get so many. We only have two today, and they're less than 20 right now. But no, you can't do it. But if you get an alert you don't like in terms of price range, and just forget about it. Boy, on a mission, KZR. Is it going to take out 10? I mean, again, here is. I mean, there. Look at the room it's got. Whoa, look at Gilt. This is an earnings play, guys. Oh, look at Gilt. Whew. Big drop so far for Gilt, and there's really not a lot of support for Gilt, GILT, and it's an earnings play. I haven't seen Vapo. We haven't seen Vapo for a while. Vapotherm. This was very active. Boy, American Airlines over that whole number now, 14. This is a rippage here. What's Save doing? Is I haven't seen. No, American is actually can't believe it is leading the way today. Yeah, JetBlue's doing well. I'm just looking. It's near the high of the day. No, didn't make the cut. Had some good ones, but in order for it to be an effective AI, it has to be able to backtest well. So even though there were the odd good ones every day, it just didn't backtest well. So we can't have it as an AI channel. Now look at SSL, guys. SSL is just what a great move. It's a huge float. 624 million in the float. Wow, news. So there's a little bit of the news. This is selling stock may offer resell up to 60 million shares. And it's halted again. Wow. It's dragging, I'm sure it's dragging CIDM down. No, it's not quite, it's not dragging it down quite as badly. Not yet, anyway. Oh, is it over $1? Is it over $1? Okay, keep an eye on this one, guys. Okay, there's the 200-day moving average. Okay, so if TMDI gets through this area right here, around 120ish, well, I'm going to put an alert there. It's not a low float though. 56 million for $1 is not a low float, but if I can get through that, it's got room to two. Okay. Yeah, this could be an interesting one going forward tomorrow, depending how it closes today. Yeah, it's just not it's not going to be available. It just didn't test out well, David. Okay, now look at all the airlines. Look at JetBlue, Delta, of course AAL. I cannot vary, just won't stop. It's that simple. Won't stop. Market has now gone positive after being negative. SPY is still a little bit negative. Dow is positive. Nas is a little bit positive. A little disappointed. I thought maybe apps would have a second day continuation on earnings, but it was basically making a lifetime high, but not today anyway. Just one moment, please, okay? Okay, guys, listen, what time is it? 10:28. I'll be back at about 10:30, okay? So just give me a couple of minutes. All right, I'm back. Yeah, look at American Airlines. I mean, forget what I said this morning about American Airlines being the laggard. I mean, it is now looking like the other ones. Trying to get rid of all this area here in one day. And very just will not stop. I guess an argument to be made maybe right around there to get in on that little red bar. It's kind of pausing. It's not quite a red bar, ignore it, but close. Well, everybody, it is now 10:30, so this is when I I guess do the official welcome. Welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. You know what? Why not? Keep an eye on Mesa, a small airline, of course, but look at Mesa trying to get out of this area. Also, Mesa, MESA. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I am sharing a lot of scans. If you can find the scans tab within the trading room. There's the scans tab right there, okay? And I'm sharing a lot of scans. And maybe an easier way for some people, if you want to take a look at them a little more at your leisure, is you can click on that Room Drive icon. It looks like a half open folder. You click on that, scans that I share, download. They'll go to a Word document. You can take a look at everything later on at your leisure. Rose, you just resumed. The links I'm going to talk about, including our training links and our little quick videos to show you how all different aspects of Trade Ideas. You can download those also. We'll talk a little bit about a subscription. If you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, there's the subscriptions tab right there. I'm going to put the link into the room though. Jets. Yeah, burn jets. Keep an eye on Mesa. Why not? American Airlines, just wow. I mean, you talk about rippage. Look at this. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is a big float, half a billion, almost half a billion in the float, and it is just soaring here. And yes, pun intended. And this is the South American airline, Azul. Brazil, this was a big one yesterday. How's gold doing? GOL. This was a great one yesterday. It's kind of resting a little bit. Well, I am stunned by this AAL move. I really am. Because it was really lagging the rest of the airlines. Yes, let me talk. I'm sorry, I should be talking. I got to promote this offer a little bit here, guys. That's why it's a free room. So yes, there's the promo code Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. There's the link. You click on the link. We have basically 4 plans. We have the big plan is the premium yearly, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard $10.68 a year minus the 15%. If you're wanting premium, it's because you want to see the AI in action, okay? There's nothing really happening today with the AI, only a couple of alerts. The first one was really good, but it has come back out, so you would have had to trade it out. But very quiet today so far. You can always start off with a standard monthly plan though, just to try us out. These are not contracts, they're just month to month. And 118 a month less that 15%, or the 228 less the 15%. Again, those promos, the discounts only good for the first month on a monthly contract. But if you decide you want to upgrade and you do it within 30 days of taking out a subscription, we'll honor the promo code. Talk about our links. So you can subscribe to the Trader of the Week, a free service. It'll be delivered to you, your email, Monday morning before the market opens. I do a daily video between 1:14, excuse me, 115, 145 every day. You should click on this link to get the latest download. Okay, and please, if you have a PC, make sure you go to the PC link. Don't go out, don't use the web link. Here's the trading room link, but you're already in it. This is a very, very good one, guys. The 20 short video lessons. If you're just starting out with trade ideas, or even if you're not and you want to, just sort of get an idea about what the features are, this is a great short, quick videos describing a lot of the features that we have. What is a top list? Build one. What is an alert window? Build one. The last three are all about Brokerage Plus. Okay. And we are creating hopefully it'll be today, a little more in detail video about Brokerage Plus and connecting to Interactive Brokers. This is the training link also. It's a bigger training link. You'll notice that the 20 lessons in 20 days is here. Of course, you can go at your own level. All the webinars are here. They're all free. You can subscribe to all the webinars. They're all Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Next, test drive sign up. If you click on that link, you'll be brought to this page here. We have been doing the test drives 4 times a year, once a quarter. If we follow suit, the next one will be in August. So if you want to be notified exactly when it's going to start, just fill this out, then you'll get an email. The test drive basically allows you access to our full premium service for $8.99. And that'll be for 10 trading days, up to 10 trading days. So if you want to be notified when the next one will start, just fill this out. And if you're a Mac user, you can click on that link. 3 ways in which you can use. This is a PC-based program, but there are ways to use the program if you are a Mac user. Well, all you have to do, Enoch, now hopefully, are you on you're using the app? You're not on the web-based version? Okay, just from the toolbar, click on New. And where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay, where it says that, click on that and you'll be brought to this. This will be the page you'll see. And that's it. There's nothing else you do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, there's nothing to configure. Just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? And you can incorporate this window as part of your layout. So you don't have to do it every morning. You can incorporate it as part. So when you save your layout, when you leave Exit Trade Ideas, just save your layout. And then tomorrow, this will be, it'll just be part of your layout. You don't have to open it up every morning. Well, the gap, okay, W3, okay, well, the gap percent is what happens, the first print of the day. So if the stock gaps 2% or 3%, that's based on the first print of the day. Obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but the change in the post market is how much, okay, so say a stock closed at 10 at 4 o'clock. And then after hours, it starts moving. That'll show you what the percent of the move is. Look at Fossil. Okay. So a lot of these high flyers are now giving it up that were flying in the morning. I don't know what look it up. I really don't know what the difference is. I don't know if they're both trading about the same. Yeah, so this is obviously a lot cheaper. 13 million in the float in Rose U. It's obviously it's a different classification of stock, but maybe just look it up. Unit. I mean, it says unit, so They are about the same float. All right, I'm going to talk a little bit about what our AI is all about. It's a part of our premium service. So the AI has about 50 what we call baseline strategies, and once the market closes, the AI gets to work on optimizing all those strategies, and the optimization procedure uses our backtester. Essentially, just takes a look at the filters that are in place in the strategies. The AI strategies have way more filters in place, and starts, tinkering around with the filter values or taking a filter out, adding one in. Tedious. It's very, very tedious, but obviously a computer does this. And tomorrow, these are the strategies that made the cut today because had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. Tomorrow, we don't know which strategies are going to make the cut, because again, it's going to use today's market data and again run through this optimization procedure. And so all you have to do if you have the AI is, as I said before, to who? To Enoch, is to, from our toolbar, click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window, and then just wait for the alerts to happen. The alerts, you get the alert, there's the price, there's the stop. Sorry, there's the stop. This was a short, worked out very well to begin. The short was at 404, got all the way down to 360. I mean, that's a tremendous percentage move, and it came back. And the other one didn't do anything yet, so. Don't be sorry. Well, we get the question a lot. I mean, if a stock closed well, you get an AI alert and it closed well. When I say closed well, I mean, it moved, if you're long and it kind of kept its gains, it didn't collapse. And you look on a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart, and there's, still room for it to move. There's not a lot of chart resistance. Then you might make the determination yourself. Yeah, I want to swing it. No, W3. Well, it's sort of an anomaly. It does show you'll notice, yeah, the gap up percent also shows up in the pre-market, but typically, I don't use the gap up percent. It'll be exactly the same as the change from the close when you're looking at the pre-market. But typically, to use the gap filter, correctly, most people use it in that, okay, if I want a gap of 3%, it's on the market open. But the post market is no, it's post market is where did it close at 4 o'clock, and then what is the change in the post market? You'll see. I mean, we've got our channel. We have our post market channel or after hours channel, and if you post market action. So I mean, you looked at it. Yeah, you would see. I mean, that's why we have a post market volume and a post market percent. All right, so I'm going to talk about this module you'll see here, this window you see here that we call Brokerage Plus, and this is basically how you can paper trade. All right, we have two ways in which you can use it. I basically demonstrate the paper trading aspect of it all day long, okay? You open it, and everything I'm going to say is part of the standard service until I tell you it isn't, okay? So you open Brokerage Plus from the toolbar, and this is only available from the app. It's not available on the web-based version. So click on New, and then Brokerage Plus. The window will pop up. These are the columns that I'm using. If you right-click on any one of them and click on Columns, you can see all the columns that you can have. News just opened again. Wow, what a collapse. What a collapse. Yeah, registering for stock sales. Yeah. I'm sure they wish I could have done it up here. So this, if you're new to trading, I encourage you to try this simulated trading, paper trading. Okay, it's you know, the greatest way. If you can, I always say it like this: if you can't make money paper trading, it'll be almost a guarantee you cannot do it if you're committing real money. If you can make money paper trading, there's no guarantee you're going to be able to do it, you know, when you start using your real money, because, you know, all of a sudden emotion comes into play. But it's a great way to practice trading, okay? And it's using our real-time data. It doesn't matter what broker you've got. The absolute, I'm going to wipe everything out. Try to make it a little easier to see. Give me a second here. Just one moment. Okay, so in its simplest form, to use it as a paper trader, okay, you can click on an alert. So you look at Playa as an example, okay? And you can see why this is another nice one off the watch list, 376. So let's just say I want to take the trade. Now, you know, I would not normally do this. I would probably wait for a forward break. But, you know, for demonstration purposes, I'll just take the trade. You pick how many shares you want. Let's go a couple hundred shares. I can go in at the market because the spread is just a penny, so I can buy it right at the market. Okay, and I didn't have to worry about a wide spread. So I just took that trade, and there it is. So now you can start managing it. I can now, if you should always ahead of time, you know where your stop is, but I'm just going to demonstrate how you can put it in. So let's just take a look at the 5-minute chart. Now that'd be a pretty tight stop, okay, down at 375. But let's say, you know, down in this area here, if it took that out, maybe we should be out of the trade. So I'll put 375 and sell, and we'll get a line right on the chart. Okay, the line appears right on the chart. Okay, so if I allowed it to happen, I'd lose $27 if I allowed that to happen, okay, automatically. Now I can always take that stop, and I can either move it down if I said, yeah, maybe it's a little too tight, or if the trade starts working, use it like a trailing stop. Trade starts working well, I just keep moving right on the chart. I keep moving my stop up, right on the chart. I can put a target if I wanted to. Let's just say I wanted to put a 420 target. So I want to sell it at 420. So you can see it right on that monthly, on the weekly chart. You can see it right there. So right now, if I allowed it just to run automatically and take myself out the stop that I've placed, I'd lose 31. If I took myself out at the target, I'd make 63. I can, of course, do the same thing. I can move my target up and down. Okay, so this, you know, if this trade's really working well, why would I get out? Okay, that's the simplest way to use it. And that's part of the standard service. You can set up what we call one-click trading. So let's say, again, I look at Playa and I really like it. I go back. I like the chart, so I go back and trade. And you see I've got these buying and shorting options to pick from. And if I picked on one of them, it would take the trade. So it's not quite auto trading, but it's darn close, okay? So how do you set that up? You have to have the strategies tab open, and you right click and new trading strategy, and you give it a name. Is it a long? Is it a short? These tabs, you can fill in as much information as you want. I'll show you what I do for one of them. So I'm going to take a look at the chart long $100 risk, and I'll explain why I've named it that. So I created a strategy. I named it chart long $100 risk. I gave it, and it's a long, and I don't have an entry time. You can delay it. For instance, I have a delay on my watch list up and down to 9:45 as an example, but I don't have any entry time here. Order details and risk management. So these are the two that I'd really like you to pay attention to, especially if you're new to trading. So order details, you notice it says position sizing, and it's going to be based on a stop loss. I would encourage you to start thinking like this. What I'm doing in the simulator is I'm risking $100 a trade. So what that means is not every trade is going to work. So where am I going to get out? How much am I willing to lose on the trade? So in the simulator, I'm saying, okay, I only want to risk up to $100 every single trade. When you use risk management with a stop loss, and I'm using where this is an experiment, but I'm noticing here that that old VWAP stop that you have access to, that one is very, very, very similar to this new one. So you can use that if you want. And you see the stop, you see right in my singles, there it is. Like, so if I took the trade, it'd be 20 cents away. The stop would be 20 cents away. Just for demonstration purposes, I put a target here. When I say demonstration, I don't typically put targets, but I've targeted 50 cents above the entry. If it moves, so it moved 50 cents above. And I just let it run in an automated fashion. It would take me out for a 50-cent profit. Okay, so those are the rules. So you notice we have a buy button on the chart. So if you want to use the buy button on the chart, then what you have to do is you have to say, okay, just some tweaking, Barry, Dave, just some tweaking, okay? It's very similar, but there's just some minor tweaks that they thought would maybe make it a little bit better. I can't tell you, I didn't create it, so if you're going to use the buy button on the chart, in other words, trade right on the chart, you have to designate one of the long strategies that you've created as the way in which you want to do that. So if I right click, default chart long strategy, I've checked it. So now, if I click on the buy button, it's going to follow these rules. Okay, these rules that I created up here. So let's just take a trade. Let's take, how about JetBlue? Let's just take the trade, okay? I'm just going to take the trade right now. Now, notice how there's a crosshairs. If I wanted to take it on a pullback, I could release right there. Or let's just say, for argument's sake, I wanted it to clear a higher level. Maybe there's a moving average or something I wanted to take it at. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drop it basically right on the price. And see if it took there. Okay, so see it's just underneath. I dropped it at 1304, so it would have to go down to 1304 to take that trade. It's at 1308 right now. Okay, just took the trade, okay, because it dropped back down to 1304, so it just took that trade. And notice it put the stop here at whatever that is. Looks like that's 1233, because there's the VWAP stop was 68 cents away from the entry. And you'll notice it says minus $98. So why did it take 137 shares automatically? Because if you take the entry minus the stop, multiply by 137, you're going to get approximately $100. Because remember what I'm saying is I want to limit my loss to about $100. Look at save. Should have taken the save. But so that's how that works, and that's all. You can just trade right from the chart, and the same thing applies. If I want to move my stop up, maybe I want to move it there to that support area. And of course, the target, I can always move my target too. That was for JetBlue. I could move my target as it starts to approach it. If it does, I can start moving my target up. Okay, so right on the chart, you can do all this. All part of the standard service. Okay, Raj, left click on a chart. Left click on a chart to make sure so that trader just knows what chart you want to, and then just type. Okay, just start to type, and the box should pop up. So left click on the chart and just type, and that box should pick up. Yeah, it's not available. And you know what? I think they're going to have to make some changes because I'm noticing that it's virtually the same. So I don't, as the old VWAP stop, it's virtually the same. So I think they're going to have to tinker with it again. Otherwise, there's no point in having a different, like, it's going to be exactly the same. Why have two? Okay, so Coog, it would require maybe a little bit of math, okay? So some quick math on your part to set the target to be twice, because you will see that, well, it depends if you use that stop, okay? That's 45 cents away. So that means if 2 to 1, that means your target would be 90 cents, okay? So you could put, so you could put I don't think you can do it automated in an automated fashion. I don't think you can. Let me just say, I don't think there's a way to do that. You can put a percent. Well, maybe you could put, I haven't tried that. Maybe you could fiddle around with a percent and see if that works. Yeah, I don't know. Well, you don't enter it. That's what I'm saying. It's automatically calculated, John. If you use, if you use order details and risk management hand in hand, this will automatically position size you. So John, no. So yeah, we're risking $100 on the trade. Yeah, the system figures it exactly. If you put a risk amount, so I'm saying I want to risk $100 on the trade. So let's just say I bought, it's a $10 stock and my stop is 10 cents away. The system would automatically calculate that I could buy 1,000 shares because and it would take me out for a 10-cent loss if it moved down. 1,000 times 10 cents is $100. So the system automatically figures it out. If you in tandem using a risk dollar amount and then a stop, which is a set amount right on the chart. Well, there's a lot of different ones you can use, but we're really experimenting with this VWAP stop. You can try this VWAP stop, okay? So if you use that, this is the new one, but it's virtually the same as the old one. So I think they're going to have to do some more work on it. But if you use the VWAP stop, which you can just see right here, this is what I'm saying. It's right on the. The VWAP stop is. So if I bought Macy's right now, the stop would be 46 cents away. So basically, if I were wanting to risk $100 on the trade, you would just divide 100 by 45.45, and it would be taking 222 shares. I don't use a target, John, but you can if you want. I don't use a target. Well, meanwhile, so all the things that I talked about are part of the, and there is a way, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can connect to your Interactive Brokers account and use this to trade. You don't have to, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account, don't worry. You don't have to use Brokers Plus to trade. You don't have to use Brokers Plus to use trade ideas. It's just a nice add-on if you do happen to have an Interactive Brokers account. Everything I said is exactly the same. You can set up the one-click trading. You can use the buy button on the chart. The only time you have to buy or take out our premium service, two reasons you're doing it. A, you want to see the AI alerts as they happen all day long. Or B, you create your own alert strategy and you want to auto trade it. I'm sort of doing a test on it right now. So every time you see a symbol, it's going to take the trade. It's the only time you have to. So again, to have our premium service, if you want our premium service, it's because you want the AI and or you want to auto trade your own strategies. You designate, John, you designate one of your long strategies as the way you want to trade using the buy button. You see how I said? I said, okay, I took one, because I have several long strategies here. So I took this one, right clicked on it, and I checked default chart long strategy. So when I use the buy button, it's going to use this particular default chart long strategy. I could pick any one of the long strategies. Okay? I mean, that's why I called it chart long $100 risk. I could have given it any name, but obviously it makes sense to me to call it. That's how I want to trade on the chart. Meanwhile, play is still, I mean, what another recovery, in total recovery mode. My multi-strategy window doesn't have the VWAP 200-day SMA details. Okay, I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. I mean, when you say here's a multi-strategy window, you mean as columns, or what do you mean? Well, I mean, So you can search. I mean, you can put SMA. I mean, you just have to search on it and add them as columns. Like here's a 200 ASMA as an example. VWAP. I mean, you just have to search on them and you know and add them as columns. Okay. What did I just say about Mesa? Yeah, this is a drop-down filter. So I picked, or a drop-down box. So I pick filter and I use this. And then if you want to put a target, you can put a target, John. I have one here only for demonstration purposes because people ask me, can you put a target? So you can put a target either in dollars or a percent away. Okay. And this is just a big drop down menu. All you have to do is find, if you want to try the VWAP stop, there it is. Well, 1% above the whatever you bought it, 10% or $10. So if you want to trade it out 1% above where you got it, or 2% or 5% or whatever. I've never used a percent, but I don't use targets at all. So, but that's how it would be. So you bought if you put 10% as an example, so you bought a stock at just a minute. I'm just answering. I'm sorry. Another question here. So it's just a percent above where you bought it. You can't do that with W3, unfortunately. No, you can't do that. We only have two ways to link. It's all or nothing. So here I have symbol linking checked. And that's why when I click on car or a symbol, these are my 5 time frames, 5 to 15-minute charts, daily, weekly, and monthly. Whereas the SPY does not change because it's unchecked. There's only 2 options. Wow, yeah, I haven't seen, David's Tea has not been active at all for a long time. Yeah, big pop for David's Tea. Yeah, well, you've got your stop, John. You've got your VWAP stop. So if you obey it, you've already got a stop in place. Can't chase it. All right, guys, give me. Yeah, I'll be back at about. Time's it now? 11:09. Should be sooner than 11:15, but just in case. All right, I'm back. Okay, well, who knows on this one? VISL, 17 million in the float, just over a dollar. Of course, this was a 32-cent stock yesterday at its low. And so basically a triple, more than a triple, and has room. You can't get a connect. Okay, you use our external linking tool to connect a IB, and then you've used a connect right there. Michael is doing a video today. Hopefully, it's going to be done by the end of the day, and it's going to go in a little more detail about using Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers. So. John, are you using IB Lite? Thank you, Dream. That's a good question. Or IB Pro? Are you using the Lite version of Interactive Brokers or the Pro version? In other words, the Lite version you would know because I guess it has free commissions. You need the Pro version. It will work, John. It will work. Okay, if you're using IB Pro. All right, so now the Dow is, or the market's taking a little bit of a drop here. Well, Enoch, it's up to you now to trade it. I mean, I can't tell you that, okay, every time you see an alert, you take the trade immediately. I mean, everybody will use the AI window in a different way. I mean, that's all I can say. I mean, there's no right or wrong way. There's no video on how to use the AI. I mean, for instance, look at Cloudera. I mean, it's definitely an interesting looking short now, okay? You look at the other one, the one that's at the $2.87 one, I'd probably be waiting for a 3 break. Things like that. How do you get your name on an alert window? You mean, how do you right click, configure, summary, and then there's the window name, so you just put it in here? Is that what you mean? Okay, and then, so just type it in there and then say okay, and that'll change the name. So I mean, it's laid out, okay? There's the time it came in, there's the entry price, and there's the stop. Now you can start following. I use it like a watch list, okay? So I'm certainly interested in this Cloudera. I may not be able to get it though because it's down more than 10%. I may not be able to get it at the price I want. You can, okay, John, you have the Pro. Well, I don't know why you can't connect. When you say you can't connect, can you? if you use the external linking tool in external linking and follow the directions, add the link, and then use the rule, because once you add the link or follow the directions with the mouse and the shift key, when you do that, then this rule will become ungrayed. And you'll see, so the rule will become ungrayed, and then it's a big drop down, and you select Interactive Brokers Live. And say, okay, now you're definitely linked. Welcome, Mr. UK. Welcome. Part of the Commonwealth. Well, the AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day, Vikram. Okay, if you're using an auto mode, I mean, it gets out of the trade at the end of the day. You don't have to, but if you allow it to run in auto fashion, excuse me, it'll get out of every trade by the end of the day. Just a minute. Tilly's had earnings, no bueno. Obviously, not a great reaction. They had earnings after hours, kind of a little crazy reaction. It was up, but now just dropping. Yeah, Vikram, that I'm not sure about, okay? I'm hoping we get this nice, for really detailed questions about Brokerage Plus and IB, I would do this because I'm certainly not an expert in it. If you go to the home page and start a chat, and I think Michael is around. He's definitely our IB expert, IB Brokerage Plus expert. Yeah, the VISL is definitely interesting. I mean, it is, again, that low float, 156 million shares have traded. So it's basically traded the float 9 times. Yeah, I see all the airlines. I mean, obviously, if I'm paying attention, I'm not going to let this happen, okay? If I'm paying attention to all this, there's no way you're going to let 79 turn into a $71 loss, 73 turning into a $43 loss if I'm paying attention. So, I mean, if you're using the simulator, treat it like it's your real money. Okay, Vikram. Well, I mean, the entries are set. I mean, you get the alert, and there is when you say how does it happen. I mean, it's obviously it's a strategy, and then there's a trigger, and there was the trigger at that price, for instance, for CLDR to short, and then the stop is automatically set. The stop is I don't know if it's using this VWAP stop. It might be. Okay, so the stop is just automatically set. The entry, though, I mean, it's based on, in that particular strategy, there's a set of filters, and then there's a trigger, an alert, and it's just like saying here, the trigger here is a new high or a new low for a stock. If these filters are all met, I have a price range, I have a current volume, a minimum volume, etc., etc. So if these filters are all met and a stock hits a new high or a new low, we see it real time. So obviously ahead of time, we have no idea which stocks those are going to be. Yeah, guys, I've been trying to short. I've been trying to short Cloudera. I can't get it. Can't get it because it's down more than 10%, and so I've been sitting at certain bids, and I just won't get it. I just can't get a fill. Good. I'm glad to hear that, Vikram. Same thing with the SMAR. It's a Holly short, but I don't know if you can get it. You're not going to get it easily. It's down 22%. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, when a stock is down over 10%, then what's called the uptick rule is in place. So, I mean, typically, if I want to short a stock, I just go right in at the bid. If I wanted to buy it if I wanted to buy the stock right now, if I go right in at the ask, I'm going to get a fill almost immediately. If I want to short it, I should be able to go right at the bid and short it. The problem is that because when a stock is down over 10%, there has to be some action at the ask, okay? And then if it goes back to where you want it, to the bid, you might be able to get it, but you might be in a queue of people ahead of you, or you're queued up, and you may not be able to get it where you want it. So you end up in a situation where you might be starting to chase it down, 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 penny by penny by penny. I just don't do that. And that's if a stock is down over 10%. You can use these hotkeys, Raj, right here. Flatten gets you out of position, half your position. You can double your position. If you're, I wouldn't do this if you're a new trader, but you can reverse your position, go long to short or short to long. So these are the hotkeys that we do have. Not exactly, Vikram. I mean, it depends what you mean by, if you're talking about within the AI, if it's an AI alert and it's a sort of a trend reversal play, it will, yes, but just in general, no. We do have what we call swing exits. So if you got into a trade and you were looking to swing it, but the swing exit it's nothing fancy. It's just the 20-day low. Look at Kezar again. Wow. A little pullback all the way to $8. No problem. We'll just tack on about $1.50. Exactly, Doc. It'll be just like a normal short. You go in at the bid and you'll probably get an instant fill. And also, if a stock is down 10% today, tomorrow that uptick rule is in place also, even if the stock is up 100% tomorrow. Yeah, no kidding. Did they say what the financing was? What price? Yeah, so if the stock is down 10% today, then that uptick rule is still in effect tomorrow. Even if the stock was up tomorrow, the uptick rule is still in effect the following day. Ah, so it was just a registration. It wasn't a so they're freeing up shares that they okay. That's a big difference. Yeah, you can connect to Thinkorswim, though I understand it's not the easiest thing. Once you get it once, I guess it's easy enough to do, but well, I guess okay, let's just for argument's sake, a stock was down over 10% today. Tomorrow it's up 5%, so the following day the uptick rule would be off. But if a stock was down 10% today and it's down 10% tomorrow and down 10%, it'll remain in effect until until as long as it's not 10% down 10% the following day. So I guess this is how it works. I never really thought of it this way. So if the stock is down 10% today, so it'll be in effect tomorrow. But if the stock is only down, say 7% tomorrow, then I'm assuming that the day after the uptick rule is off. You might want to look it up. I never really thought about it. If the stock is, say, down only 7% the following day, does the uptick rule come off on the third day? Now, again, when you say can you connect, we're not talking about using Brokerage Plus to trade it, Vikram. Okay, the only way you can use Brokerage Plus to trade your account is if you have an Interactive Brokers account. If you're asking, can you just link it so that when you click on an alert, it shows up in your order entry? Yes, there is a way you can do that. Just want to make sure it's clear for people, okay? We have an external linking tool, and all that does, outside of, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account, outside of that, it just means it's just a time saver. So when you click on an alert, it'll just load into your order entry box. From there, within your brokerage platform, you choose how you want to trade it. It's just a time saver. So Vikram, I'm sorry, I put that homepage link in. If you click on the link and start a live chat, somebody is going to give you a script, I think, on how you actually do it. So Enoch, so is the question how do you create a watch list, or you've already got one? You just want to add a symbol to the watch list? Is that all you want to do? You've got a watch list already created, now you want to add it? Okay, so here's a couple of ways you can do it. This will be a quick way. So let's just say you wanted to add car to your watch list. So if you right click on car, And then you see where it says send car to, and then you see where it says symbol lists. And here, when you click on that, then your symbol list will pop up. Now, I'm sure you don't have very many, but if you just pick, and the ones that you've used lately will be up here. And so all you have to do is just click on it, and then it'll add it to that symbol list. Okay, I'll do it again. So right click on the symbol you want, send, symbol list, and all your symbol lists, this box will pop up, and just pick the symbol list you want to put it into. Okay? The problem, you could do it another way too, because there will be times, I think, where you'll want to delete symbols. And to do that, you'd have to go to Tools, Symbol Lists. And then you find your symbol list. This is where you could have added also, okay? That's probably a little easier to do it that way, but if you want to delete, then you have to go to Tools, Symbol Lists, click on your list, and then here you'll see your list, and then you just, delete the stocks you want, and then say okay. Have a short memory, Apex. Just move on. There's so many stocks. I mean, I'll call it the old days. Very few stocks would do things like that, but there's so much action every week in the market, so you miss out on one, there's 10 others. I'm not saying you're going to get those 10, but there are just so much action now in the markets. So it's not like it's not like you say, well, okay, you know what, I missed that one. The next one that's going to look like that is going to be, 2 months from now. It's not like that. Oh, I know. I saw Very. Yeah, I was looking at Very early. I can't do that, Vikram. I don't think we have a stat like that. All you can do is look at you can do a history, of the AI trades yesterday as an example. Okay, obviously the news was awesome, but because the strategies get optimized every single day, it can change pretty rapidly. So in other words, what I'm saying is here are the AI here. So today, volume doesn't lie. Looking pretty good. 67% win rate, 3.77 profit factor when it was optimized. Tomorrow, with today's data, then it's possible. I mean, it's probable that it is still going to be pretty good, but these win percentages and profit factors could start coming down just based on today's data and then going forward. So I just look at it on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, it's just way outside of my price range, RH. Okay, way outside of my price range. So, I mean, it's an earnings play, after hours earnings play, and the bets have been placed, as I say. All right. Well, all you have to do is just put a sound alert on it. Just right click, actions. So have you created an alert on an alert window? It's exactly the same. Have you created an alert in an alert window? It's exactly the same setup. Just right click, actions, and just follow the instructions. Play sound, set up the sound. Have you done that before for an alert window? Today is a blah day, Steve, for the AI. Had one nice early short. The Cloudera is not looking too bad, but it's not a stellar day for the AI today. Okay, no, not created alert windows, but have you created an alert, like a sound alert on an alert window? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, yes, have this one open. And you can incorporate this window as part of your layout. Okay, just so you don't have to open it every morning. Just incorporate this window as part of your layout. Same thing. So just right click on the alert window, click on properties, actions, check that play sound, set up the sound. You can go text to speech, but remember, probably only one window because the whole idea of putting a sound on an alert window is to have a unique sound for each window. So when you hear that sound, you know which window to look at. So you can put one of them text to speech. Otherwise, use custom sound. Select the sound, 3 folders here that we have. They all have sound alerts within them. You can highlight one of them, click on one of them. You can open it, play it, hear how it sounds. If you like it, say okay and okay again. And then that sound will get attached to that window. I think so. I think you have to put that. I've never tried it. I think so though, because when you have to put it in this. Where am I here? Properties, actions, set up the sound. So I'm assuming you just have to find this folder, and then you could put your sounds in here. I'm assuming, as long as you put them in this folder, wherever that is. And then I'm assuming you could do that. I think some people have. I've never done it. Okay, you don't get a box. You have to start typing, Raj. When you left click and then type. If you're not getting a box, then maybe hit the space bar. The space bar on your, so when you left click on the window on your chart, then maybe hit the space bar and that might bring it up. Okay? You're on the app, right? You're not on the web-based version? Okay, yeah. Left clicking, all that did was, I mean, obviously you have a lot of different charts, so the system has to know what chart you want to change your symbol in. And so that's all left clicking does. Whew, 11:45 already, so I will be taking a break pretty soon. Well, guys, you probably know what I'm doing here. Okay, so Jason, you can see my screen, right? All right, so the Room Drive icon right at the top here looks like a half open folder. And click on that and scans that I share, download. So all the scans that I'm sharing will go to a Word document, and then you have all the links there. All you can do is copy if if you want to see one of the scans. All you have to do is then copy the link, and then file, load from cloud, and paste it in here. Okay, and then load it. Okay. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up on these questions before I take my break. When a symbol list is not checked, where does the pool of stock picks come from? I don't understand that question. Are you talking about just an alert window, Enoch? Like a general alert window or the sound alert? And I don't understand what you mean. You have to. Okay, I should. You know what? I do this all the time. I ask two questions at the same time, so I don't know what you're asking. I don't know what you're answering yes to. What am I doing? So what are you asking? How to create an alert window from scratch? I don't have one, Raj. I'm not a good pullback player. You know what? In about 10 minutes, somebody from the another trader is going to take over this from 12 to 1. And you can probably ask them. They're better pullback players than I am. Yeah. Oh, okay. How to create a watch list. Okay. Russ, I don't know how to fix it. I can't wait for us to have a foolproof method of connecting so we don't get all these issues. All I can suggest is you go to the home page and ask that very question. All right, guys. Well, I know those who know me, you know what I'm doing here. How awesome is this? Oh my goodness. This is turning into a runaway now. Well, guys, all we had to do was just kind of wait for this one to really hold firm. And then, the chorus should be look left, look left, look left. That's the chorus. Okay, how to create a watch list. What time is it? 11:51. Okay. Tools. Okay, Enoch, you're watching me, right? Okay, tools. And you can take it off caps. Okay, just a minute. I might. Okay, I'm worried about that 150 mark, so I've just taken some of the VISL off. I'm always a little concerned about a stock at, coming into a sub $5 stock. Okay, so tools, symbol lists, Create new list. Give it a name. I'm going to call it Enoch. Okay? Okay. Now, if you've never done one before, it'll be so obvious where it is. There you are, way at the bottom here. Okay, and I'm just going to left click on it to highlight it. Now edit the list. So now I can put stocks in that I want. I can, if I have a list of stocks, I can, and if you just want to type them in, it's just like this. There's no commas or anything like that, just a list of stocks, okay? Once you've created that though, then you can do that send to. Okay, you just say okay. So now there you are down here. There's 2 stocks in the list. Okay? And then you have an alert window, or you have some windows and you want to send. So now I could go send symbol lists, and I'll probably have to, probably way down at the bottom here somewhere. Okay, and anyway, that's all you do, you just send it to it. What a day, guys. This is just... Oh, I was talking VISL. I'm sorry. More of the general statement, of course, but yeah, I was talking VISL. Torps, did you swing WMG? Okay. Well, I can tell you that I did, and I actually took $3 out of it this morning, and I'm all out of it now, but I may be looking to get back in it. Well, I still think there's time. Oh, ZI has not come out yet, has it? This is going to be so interesting when this one comes out. It's a little bit late. A lot of these, I would have thought it would come out around 10:30 today. It's supposed to be today, unless it is delayed. Have you seen any news that it's been delayed? But just the fact that it has Zoom in its name is going to get people all crazy, I think. Yeah, it's way above. It's way above the price. I know that. I saw that this morning. – 90% above. Crazy, isn't it, Larissa? That's going to be out of the range I want. You would have to pull back a lot for it. Look at here's another one, guys. Another small, cheap, who knows what they do stock. 10 million in the float. And I know I could look up the profile and see what they do, but BOXL. Well, let me just refresh my memory on it too. How many shares they? So it looks like it's a big offering. That's a big offering. 44 million, 44.5 million shares. So now that's going to be like $1 billion. Oh no, Dave, I know. I mean, I know I can look to see what they do, but what's that? Oh sorry, PLRX. Well, I do have an alert set up here. There's the IPO from yesterday. It is yeah, it's below the highs, 25, but it's still above. That was one that was supposed, the offer price was 16. So it's still well above, but it's certainly not zooming higher right now. No, Billy, you need well in the simulator, yes, but no, if you wanted to trade your real account, you need an Interactive Brokers account. It doesn't work with Fidelity. So it took 714 shares because the entry price minus the stop, which is about 15 cents. So if I multiply 15 cents by 714, I am going to get about a $100 loss if I allowed myself to be taken out. Remember, I'm saying I want to risk $100 a trade. So you see, it says within 4 cents. Streaming now? Okay, Jamie. I will. Okay, Jamie is taking over the YouTube feed. So you have a question about pullbacks, Jamie. I'm sure you're a lot better than I am at that. So I'll stop my YouTube feed right now. A question about pullbacks, Jamie. I'm sure you're a lot better than I am at that. So I'll stop my YouTube feed right now. About pullbacks, Jamie. I'm sure you're a lot better than I am at that. So
Okay, I believe the transition has been made. Give me 1 second. I'm going to reset my chat window here, and then we'll get rolling. Very gracious of you, Barry. I don't know if I'm better at explaining pullbacks, but let's see here. Da, da, da. Thank you, Otto. Thank you, Otto. Loud and clear. That's always a good thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my desktop. Feel free to pop any questions about anything into the questions panel. Let's see, I'm just kind of backtracking here to see what Barry was talking about with the, okay, Raj was talking about pullbacks here. Okay, all right. So yeah, pullbacks are great entries. We were just discussing this yesterday uh, among among the trading people here. It takes a little bit more patience a lot of the times based on what type of pullback, what type of time frame. But obviously we've got a pullback strategy in the AI that showed up this morning. Hasn't produced any trades yet, as we can see right here. Pullback long right here, made the cut, just hasn't produced any trades today. And I'm trying to become more proficient at my, there we go. With my EpiPen here, I feel a little handicapped, but hopefully I'll get better. Yeah, everybody should be interested in pullbacks. Now, right off the bat here, just go into the bread and butter stuff. Well, let's see here. Go back to my pointer. And if I just go to configure in the old alert window, you can see for intraday pullbacks, we've got quite a few alerts. Most popular, 25% pullback from highs, I would say. Of course, 25% pullback from lows if you're going the other way or trying to short something on a pullback. You'd want to short it when it bounces up. Now, we do have the more severe pullbacks as well, 75% from highs and 75% from lows. Quite a big pullback. So these are the offerings that we have on the intraday level. But of course, we can look at pullbacks from a longer term perspective as well, just by consulting the daily. And of course, these are the ones where you just put your bids and offers in and wait, and they either get hit or they don't. But whatever your favorite moving averages might be, you can see here on my daily, the green is the 10, the light pink one is the 50 period, and the darker red is the 20 period SMA. Of course, the SPY levitating far away from all of those major moving averages at this point in time. Well, Siggy, you could certainly find some correlations with Fibonacci numbers. They're all kind of, well, let me just say this. A lot of the things that you would pull up on a pullback might look similar to a VWAP divergence, positive or negative, a standard deviation move up or down, or a percentage value move. If I pop back into search here, I think if I just put percentage in here and we scroll down a little bit, percent up for the day. For example, if we were to look at a stock that was up 3% on the day, well, a standard deviation to the upside of 3 would probably find the same stock. And also a VWAP divergence, positive VWAP divergence of 3% would probably find the same thing as well. So in other words, with studies these days, a lot of the studies are kind of duplicating what other ones are doing. It's just the same way. It's a different way to ask the same question. Show me a stock that's up, quote unquote, a bunch. Okay. We could find it with a positive VWAP divergence of 3%, stock that might be up 3% on the day, or a stock that's up 3 standard deviations. On the other side of that coin, for going long, we just flip it and say, show me anything down 2-3%. That's going to jive with a standard deviation of 2 or 3 standard deviations down. Also, a lot of the things are going to be down 2 or 3% in that case. So once again, Fibonacci's will probably find some correlations with those types of things. If that makes sense. If I need to go into a little bit more detail, just let me know. Right. Well, deviations are also going to line up with the pivots and vice versa. So pivot lines are just another thing to fold into that category there. So let's just do something here. All right. I'll blank out a window here, and we'll throw those alerts into an alert window and just take a peek here. Okay, so let's select something. Let's see if anything. We'll just put a value of 2 in there for the standard deviation. And then we'll go to the percentage. Up for the day. Standard deviation breakout. Up 2 standard deviations. Yeah, Enoch, I see your AI commercial. I see your AI question there. We'll get to that next here. So I'm just going to select all these. I'm going to put 2 in all the boxes here. Let's just make sure we got some, I don't know, something like 5, between 5 and 250. And we'll throw a little volume in there just to try to keep the crazy thin stuff out. And we'll just take a look at the history here. And we'll see if we're getting dual alerts on some of these things here. Okay. Wow. Yep, transports are on the move today. Carnival Cruise Lines coming in 6% above VWAP, up 9% for the day. So close, but not exact. All right, the values aren't going to be exact. It's just the bottom line is when you're watching for things that are up certain percentages, up certain VWAP deviations, positive and negative, and standard deviations, you're going to see a lot of the same things coming through. Right now, we're not even talking about any filtering that might be in place here. So we're just looking at a raw list right now just based on the alerts. But you're going to see a lot of the same things coming through. Trading 2% above the VWAP, up 4% for the day on this ACRE as well. So a lot of duplicates are going to be coming through here from different alerts, but the chart patterns are going to be looking very similar, but not exact. And then, of course, if you add filtering, that's in one more layer to add on there as well. Well, they're all their own separate definitions. They are their own animals, so to speak. VWAP divergence, standard deviation, up percentages for the day. So they're all going to be similar, but they all have their own specific, rules or, I forgot to fold in the Fibonacci's as well. So let's put some Fibonacci's in there as well. Let's go on the buy signal. And what we could do, we can leave all of these blank if we want to. And this is always a good time to talk a little bit about the quality column, because the quality column is always going to give us the exact value for the alert that is responsible for signaling the symbol here. So just to keep the scrolling at a minimum here, let's do this. Let's see here, ARCE, got the Fibonacci pullback, buy signal here. Let's just pick one that's coming through a lot here. And now I'm not seeing very many duplicates, but let's just pick one. I tell you what, we're going to add relative volume here, and we're going to pick one that's doing high relative volume and just isolate it. And just see what the correlation may or may not be. Okay, so GII seems to be doing pretty high on the relative volume today. So let's just do this. Oops, I forgot I. Okay. So we're getting a lot of VWAP divergences, right, to the upside. But look, also the Fibonacci's are showing up. We've got percentages up for the day. So just about everything with the exception of the standard deviation is showing up here. Right, Siggy. And so if we start adding filters here, quick note about filters. We've just got 5 and 250 for the stock maximum minimum and some average daily volume requirements. So just a little refresher here, especially since there might be new people, relatively new users to the system. The filter requirements work in all or none. Now this is a very thin filter setting, so there's going to be a lot of stocks out there that meet this filter criteria, but as we add more filters, it gets more and more specific. So keep in mind when we're using an alert window, the filter set, any stock meeting that filter criteria, the system has its eyes on it, but it's waiting for one of the stocks meeting the filter criteria to do this, and then the alert window shows us, versus the top list, which is always just going to show us a list of all stocks currently meeting filter criteria, right? So, a little history lesson here. The top list was the second window we ever created because users eventually figured out, well, this all or none filter set is very powerful. Don't really care about an alert. Everything I need is represented in filter format. So that's kind of the evolution of how the top list evolved from the alert window, which was the very first window we ever created here. So Enoch, regarding your question about the AI and how it selects the stocks, okay, good question, something that we get all the time. If we focus down here on the strategies panel, the AI strategy panel right here, these are the strategies that made the cut for today's trading session. So how many did we have here? We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 strategies that made the cut. Now, what does that mean, made the cut? Well, the AI, what it does is it's got a base of strategies, a core, so to speak, right? And, it's always changing a little bit. Might be 35, might be 36, but let's just use 35 as a base number. So only 10 of the core strategies made the cut after the analysis last night out of 35 potential strategies that were, being back tested and optimized by the AI. Because to kind of give you a little peek into the process here, once the market closes today, we're going to import all the tick data from every stock in the market into our database, and we're going to kick out the last day in the history, which is approximately 65 trading days. So we're going to add in the new day, we're going to kick out the old day, and then what's going to happen once that occurs is the AI is going to go to work. It's going to start back testing all of its core strategies. It's going to try to improve them via optimization, and it's going to do this over and over and over again, probably, I don't know, it probably runs 1 million simulations a night, roughly speaking, something that we could never hope to do. So that's where the heavy lifting gets done there. So after it's all said and done, we've developed a proprietary scoring system. So after all the strategies are optimized and back tested, once all that analysis is done, it's only the strategies that meet the minimum score on our proprietary scoring system that make the cut for the next session. In this case, only 10 of the 35 made the cut for today. Now, just because a strategy makes the cut doesn't necessarily mean it's going to kick out any trades. Matter of fact, only 4 of the 10 strategies have produced any trades. We can see the 0 count in these guys down here at the bottom. And all in all, it's a pretty slow day for the AI because of the 4 active strategies, we've only had 7 signals thus far. So the AI is kind of treading water today. It's down slightly. But of course, yesterday, it was pretty much on fire. If we look at yesterday's trades. Now we're looking at yesterday's trades. Okay. Well, I tell you what, I think I'm on the test server, so let me do this real quick. That's probably why we're seeing weird data in there. Okay, all right, now we're back to today's data. Now if we go to yesterday, okay, there we go. Yeah, I was on the test server, so data was not available. We can see here yesterday it had a pretty darn good day. Some really big winners, of course. We had our losers as well, just like every day. But after it was all said and done, when we tally up the green versus the red, there was more green than red. And GNUS was one of the shining stars. We can see that the AI has been on top of that GNUS as of yesterday for the prior 2 days, kicking out the original buy signal here right about the 330 level. Let's back it up a little bit here. We can go back here and see that initial buy in GNUS from the second, and boy, what a run that thing went on, all the way from 3 and change up to a gap today, topping out at 1162. So Enoch, I hope that sheds some light on how the AI selects its trades, and kind of circling back around, talking a little bit about the strategies. The strategies are very precise filter sets with the catalyst or the alert attached on top. So once the strategy makes the cut, then the system just waits, and anytime one of the strategies triggers a symbol, then that is a signal from the AI. So that's how the AI works. Kind of ties into a question that we get a lot here as well. Can I tell the AI to look at a stock and then it can give me its opinion on that stock? That is not available yet, but hopefully in the future we will have an option similar to that, where you can basically pop a symbol into the AI and have it analyze it for you and give you some valuable input, but that is still in development. Just catching up on questions here. Do special alerts further filter the final batch that is displayed? Well, Siggy, I don't know what you mean by special alerts. I would assume you're just talking about the alerts, right? So once again, I'm just showing you configuration from this window here, the Turbo Ups window. So we've got one alert attached to a filter set with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 filter settings that we can see right here. So CBRE is the last symbol to have come through, but right now the window is silent, or it's not, no new symbols are scrolling through. But that doesn't mean that there aren't hundreds, if not 1,000 stocks currently meeting this very specific filter criteria right here. But it's waiting for one of the stocks meeting the filter criteria to hit a new high, and then that's when the window is going to pump it through. So once the filter set is satisfied and the alert fires, boom, that's when we're going to see it come through. And Siggy, no, the AI does not adjust during the day. It forms all of its strategies, and all the back testing is done the night before. So look at these strategies here as, for lack of a better term, preset traps or shapes, right? It's a preset event. That's the best word to use here, is the event, because breakout, breakdown short, pullback short, they're all specific alert windows, i.e. strategies, with pretty hairy filter sets, right? Many filters in the filter set. So, as soon as one of those gets met, boom, it's going to fire. But if it never gets met, then you're going to see, just like at the bottom here, you're going to see the zero count, because, they're so precise that, the event has been crafted. It's up to one of the stocks in the market to exhibit the event, and then that's when we show it to you. Yeah, today was the, I guess, what we could call the capitulation move in GNUS. Charts are a little sticky thus far today. Nice smooth movement over the past 2 days, culminating with this, and it'll all sort out in the wash. All right, Otto, reading your question here. Can a regular user test data as well? Oh, you're talking about beyond the test server. You do not have access to our test server. That's only for development purposes. Assuming I understood the question there, Otto. Hey, Otto, glad to see that you're liking stocks like this, because you're right. It is a very helpful interface. So while we're on that topic, I'm just going to go ahead and pull it up to show the others in case anybody else might want to start dipping their feet in the stocks like this pool. Okay, so I'll just drop this URL into the chat area here. So what is stocks like this? Okay, it is basically an interface that we created quite some time ago to help us attempt to reverse engineer a chart into a working filter alert combo that might find us the thing that we're looking for here. So I tell you what, let's do this. Let's find something that looks a little more tame today. Okay, let's just pull up CLDR. You know what? I want to find something a little bit more conducive here. Bear with me while I find it. Okay, let's just pick something that's moving around today with some decent volume. Yeah, let's just pick Carnival Cruise Lines. We're looking at 15-minute candles here. This is the opening candle for the day. So what I'm going to do is take that high of 1751, and we're just going to draw a line to mark that initial high that was put in. We're going to mark off the initial low as well. Okay, so CCL, that is a wick, I think. Let's see, high 1751. Yep, there we go. Okay, so now we've marked off the high and the low. CCL sets its high in the opening 15 minutes, second 15-minute period sets its low, and then it becomes range bound for about 15, 20, 35 minutes before breaking out of that little range that it established in the opening 45 minutes to be pushed higher. We've also got the 10 period kicking in there and giving us additional confirmation there. But let's say for a moment, and I tell you what, we're even going to go smaller on the time frame. We'll go down to 5 minutes here. Back it on up. Okay, levels are the same. We just have more candles to work with. We got the high, we got the low. And then in this particular 925 to 930 candle, that's when the break occurred. So let's pretend just for a moment that this is the candle that I'm interested in. All right. And it was the 925 candle, which means 925 through 930. We got the event that I like to see here. But let's say I want to break this candle down, because the process typically goes, especially when you're a new user, you look at this chart pattern and then you think to yourself, based on your limited knowledge of what alerts and filters are available, and you go, okay, well, hey, an easy one would be, well, probably a new high triggered there because it's hitting a new intraday high, but there are a lot of other things that triggered as well. So the bottom line is people usually go through that process, which I can't say it's not effective. It's probably just not the most efficient way to go through the process. So if we really want to break this candle down and find all of the events that triggered during that time and basically see things through the eyes of our servers, we would come in here, we'd put the symbol in, make sure we're on the right date, of course. Now this is Eastern time. I'm on Central Standard Time, so we need to add an hour here. So if this is the 925, it'd be the 1025 Eastern bar. And then we select the duration. 5 minutes is the smallest duration, but we could examine a 10, 15, 30, or 60-minute period. But since we only want to see what was going on inside this 5-minute bar right here, we'd say 925 for a duration of 5 minutes, of course 1025 Eastern, and then when we hit the button, instead of us guessing what alerts fired for CCL during that 5-minute candle, here it is right here. Of course, there's new high. Boom. New high was triggered 35 times in this little candle right here. 35 pennies. Every time a penny new high hits, boom, 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 it's going to repeat. But not only was the obvious one present, but now we can see each and every other alert that fired for CCL during this 5-minute candle right here, and how many times it was triggered. And notice that it's listing these by frequency. New high 35 times. New high ask was 20. New high bid fired 4 times, so forth and so on. So if we were looking for alerts to use for this type of event, boom, we just did a nice job at really honing in on the most active alerts for that specific event. When it's done showing us all of the alerts that fired, voila, it's going to show us the filter set, all of the filters, and what the respective minimum maximum settings were during that 5-minute candle. So, maybe RSI is your favorite go-to. So you'd be like, I wonder what the RSI was during that period in the 15-minute period. So we would come down here and find our favorite RSI. If it was the 15-minute, well, here were the min-max settings. Maybe that would be useful in creating an alert of this nature. Of course, I just picked that off the top of my head. Everybody's different. Everybody's got their favorite go-to filters. Or maybe you don't have any go-to filters. Maybe you just start picking and choosing based on what you think might be the best alert filter combo. So in summary here, just a great way to attempt to reverse engineer a chart, looking at how things panned out through the eyes of the server. And Damien, regarding your question about the swing trade AI coming, it's been in the works for quite some time. We had originally planned to replace Holly 2.0 with a swing trading AI module. It's just not quite ready yet. We're all chomping at the bit for it as well, but believe me, when we do launch the swing trading module, or maybe just the new module shows up and we keep 2.0 the way it is, it's kind of unknown at this point, but it is in development. We're just working to get it to a state where we feel it's appropriate to release. All right, just catching up on questions here. Trade ideas of Holly's only intraday. Correct, Safter. All of the AI signals are geared around intraday hold times. But that's not to say that sometimes, for example, one of my team members here, teammates, so to speak, Sean McLaughlin, who you can follow on Twitter at Chicago Sean. He makes a point to go through every trade that the AI spits out on a daily basis, and then starts consulting the the longer term time frames, whether that be daily or weekly, and starts identifying intraday trades that Holly has produced that might be good swing candidates. If we kind of go back to yesterday, when when GNUS was first triggered back here on the 2nd, after it had gotten above this little level here, because this day, if we're playing strictly by the rules, of course we could have marked off this area here from a long-term perspective, but if we're playing by the rules, we'd have to mark off the top of that wick there. So it got a little frisky. Not really a big event in that following day. Nice up day here, and then boom, above this level, which was the first time that the AI triggered it. So definitely probably something, if you saw the signal live on that day, you're thinking to yourself, we're above this level now. When we're looking to the left over here, there's really nothing to act as short-term or long-term resistance or supply levels, right? So just because the AI is geared towards intraday doesn't necessarily mean that we can't find some really good swing candidates based on what we see on the longer time frames. And Sean does a very good job at curating a list of potential great swing candidates based around Holly's intraday signals. Okay, so the question is, can you also turn off the auto trade? So I trade myself whenever figure the AI wants to get out of the trade. Yeah, you can, when you have Brokerage Plus up, I think mine got disconnected. Let me see here. All my server hopping. Okay. I've got an empty blotter. Well, I've got one position showing up on there from yesterday. Okay, so let's say you wanted to automate Holly. Well, that's totally doable by coming over here to the Holly AI panel, selecting everything, and simply right-clicking and enabling those strategies, right? That would be enabling Holly to auto-trade, but we can easily turn them off by doing the same thing. And anytime you wanted to manually trade, let's say, let's go back to today's activity. You can always point and click and trade anything that Holly spits out. Whether it was just a signal that was just produced, or something that you might find interesting from another perspective, like SMAR was a short, and it's just kind of meandering along sideways here. So, if this was something that, tickled your fancy, notice that when I click on SMAR, it automatically puts that symbol into my field, so I could easily manually execute. There we go. And put that short on manually if that's the way I want to do it. Of course, there are many other ways that we could do that as well. We could click on the chart and tell it to trade and use any of our pre-existing strategies that we might have in Brokerage Plus for ourselves. Strategies. Notice what I have right here, my chart order long strategy. So if I enable this guy right here, of course this is different than the AI enabling. We have to use the button down here. Once I turn that on, once I hit a symbol and it populates in my chart, I could easily use this to set a buy line. If SMAR got frisky later on in the day and went up to this blue line right here, it would automatically execute for me. And I could easily grab this and set it tighter if I wanted to. I'm like, okay, if SMAR, breaks out of this little channel right here, I could just drag my line down here instead of fiddling with the numerical aspects. And as soon as it popped above that level right there, it would execute. Don't see the stocks AI traded if I select yesterday. Okay, well, you should be able to. Let's just walk through that process one more time. First off, you have to make sure you're on the all strategy trades blotter, not necessarily the strategies blotter, but all trades. And when we right click and go to history, if I select yesterday, you should see all of yesterday's trades pop in here. And of course, we could select a date and go back anywhere in the 60 some odd day trading day history and see any of those trades that the AI had produced. So Enoch, try that one more time because you should be getting the history. One minute volume and shares. Let's see here. Right. I've got that custom as one of mine as well. Instead of showing us a percentage value like, stock XYZ is doing X amount. Well, let's just do this. Let me pull up a top list. Yeah, getting a little bit of lagginess here. There we go. And I've got a ton. I don't know if that's me or TI servers. Let me just make sure my streaming is not acting up here. No, everything appears to be good. All right. So, there we go. Bingo. 1 minute volume shares. Let me just activate my EPI. Okay, so I've got 1 minute volume as a percentage right here. And of course, 100, since this is a percentage filter, is normal. So SMAR, that Holly trade that we were looking at just a moment ago, is doing 15 times normal 1 minute volume. Hey, look at the 5 too. 5 times normal on the 5 minute and over 6 times normal on the 10 minute. But here we've got 1 minute volume in shares, right? So instead of giving us the percentage value, it's giving us the share value. Wow, look at that GNUS right there, kicking out 627,000 shares in a 1 minute period. That is quite juicy right there. That is some large 1 minute volume. SMAR kicking out 61,000 shares in the prior 1 minute candle. I'm glad you're finding that useful, Otto. All right, so did I miss anybody's questions here? If I missed your question, kindly reiterate it and I will address it. I think we're caught up. And still got a nice little crowd in here. Okay, so while we're waiting for other questions to pop in, I'm going to take the opportunity to come over here to the channel bar and give the Small Exchange channel a little click, click, click here. So you might be asking, well, what in the world is the Small Exchange? Well, it's a new exchange, okay? And what we've done, they launched on June 1st. And what the Small Exchange is, let me see if I've got their website up, because I think this is going to be pretty exciting moving forward here. They are going to be offering tradable products that are quite unique, okay? They're technically going to be futures products, but the cool thing about it is trading these products, you're not going to be subject to the pattern day trading rule, okay? Which is huge if you're an active trader. And the whole philosophy here is pretty unique in these instruments that are going to be trading. Okay, so keeping in mind that they just launched on the 1st, there's only about, say, 3 active products right now, but the most active one is this one that you're seeing right here, the Stocks 75 Index. Now, check out the little top list right here. We can see, let's see, it's this one right here. It's the one with the most volume. Contracts today, SM75 M20, and we can see it right here on the chart. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, yep, this is the 4th day it's been in existence, and we can see nice price action. All right, this is the action for today in the 5-minute. 542 contracts have been traded. So if I pop into configure here and go over to our exchanges tab, voila, you now have access to the Small Exchange for tracking their products. So as I was getting at earlier, no pattern day trading rule, and their approach on the products that they're developing is pretty unique. So in this one right here that is apparently the most active of the 3 that are, moving around thus far, we can see what stocks comprise that basket. So, we've got information, industrial, energy, financial, materials, and what they've done is they've picked the ones that, I don't know if volatility is the best word to use, but the most active stocks in each sector. So this is a blend of what used to be 75 stocks. When I was making my custom list today, I was like, well, what happened down here? And we can see down here what happened. There's technically only going to be 74 stocks in here because of what happened to poor little HTZ. HTZ, Hertz, one of the premier car rental companies. Well, they went the way of the dinosaur. They had to declare bankruptcy, which kind of caught everybody off guard. But that's what happened. So that's why we're only seeing 74 with a little blank spot. Tells us here cash is going to fill in the meantime. And they're going to leave these symbols the way they are for a full year. They'll rebalance at the end of a full year. So the wheels are already turning. So what I did is I compiled a list, okay, of those 75 stocks. So if we come down here and go to my symbol list, we can see I've got the SM75 right here, and I've got all those stocks in a list because the gears are turning. For example, what if I created a compare count window so that I could see after the first 15 minutes, after the first 5 minutes, after the first 30 minutes, whatever floats your boat, in this basket of stocks that comprise the small 75, hey, what's going on? Are more of them hitting highs, more of them hitting lows in the first 15, 30 minutes of the market? I apply this methodology on the big cap stocks, things that are, typically have a market cap of over 4 billion, and I watch that action, and more times than not, it can give me a very good idea of what direction the overall market is headed. Now, today was the day where we got pretty kind of what I would term lackluster counts, and I'll just show you what those counts were real quick here. So this is what we had today in the big boys. Quite a gross count. When you see a count like this, 51, 49%, just kind of tells me, you know what? You better be nimble with whatever it is you do today, because there could be some good upside action, there could be some good downside action. And if we pull up the old SPY, we can see that once we got up here, we did take some nice downside action. All right, put in new lows. But hey, the days prior, the run up to today that we've seen for the past 1, 2, 3, 4 days, those counts were severely biased to the upside. And that was the direction, that was the flavor of the day. We start getting counts below 55% one way or the other, that's when things get a little bit more uncertain. But it's going to be very interesting once I get everything set up to start tracking this data in the new week and see if any correlations surface. I think there will be. So we've all got front row seats, so just keep in mind, probably wouldn't be a bad idea to start watching these instruments trade, start tracking them, start familiarizing yourself with them. In the future, we might even get a Brokerage Plus connection, knock on wood, Sean. And then, who knows, maybe even Holly can start getting busy on some strategies for the small exchange products. I would be more than happy to share that symbol list. What I'm going to do is pop in here, and I'm just going to drop it in the chat for easy copy paste. Oops, that's not going to do it, I don't think. All right, Sean was laughing at me earlier because I made a spreadsheet file, and I just don't know if it's gonna. I'm gonna drop this in. It might transfer over well, it might not. It's not looking like it's gonna let me drop it into chat. What would be the best way to do this? I tell you what, let's just go the easy route. If you want the small list, just email info@trade-ideas.com. Tell them you were in the support session today with Jamie and you want the small exchange list. I'll just pop it over in an email. That'll be easier. And that way you can copy and paste it. No problemo. It's not letting me drag the file. And if I try to copy and paste the list, it puts it in paragraph form instead of a column. So, not the best way to copy and paste those symbols. Yes, and where will the smalls be trading? At Interactive Brokers, as Sean just said. I think they're already active over at Tastyworks. But that's kind of what's going on there. And of course, there are other instruments that are trading as well. It's just the 75 is the most liquid one thus far. And I tell you what, let's just explore the other ones as well. Products. SM75, SFX, small US dollar. Let's see, the 20. Which one is that? Well, SPRE is going to be the precious metals. In any case, I would encourage you just to come over here to the small exchange and start familiarizing yourself with these products. Should be a good time moving forward. All right, let's get back to the old default layout here. And let's see if I missed any questions during my yammering. Yeah, and it was a little confusing at first because I thought the small exchange, you'd open your account at the small exchange and then you'd trade their products. Whereas the products are going to be tradable at other broker dealers, and Tastyworks is one, or Tasty Trade, I should say, Interactive Brokers. I'm not sure. I'm sure they've got a list of broker dealers that might be, well, once again, if you go to the Small Exchange website, you'll be able to find a list of broker dealers that are currently offering their products, because it's not just stock broker dealers, it's futures BDs as well. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Sean, but I think that's the case based on my perusings of the website. Right. Tastyworks, Tasty Trade, and IB are the big ones for now. Oh my goodness, what is this color that we're seeing today? Pinks and reds, oh my. Let's see here. We closed yesterday 312.09. We opened today at 311.10. So basically a whopping 1 point gap down in the SPY. And now we're starting to soften up a little bit. Yeah, Mike, hey, good question. Will there be a power hour move today? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. I mean, we've just been motoring up. Everybody and their dog, including me, for the past few days has been thinking, well, today's the day we're going to get the little pullback. Today's the day we're going to get the little pullback. Today's the day we're going to get the little pullback. What's the old saying? Markets can remain irrational longer than you can remain liquid. That thought's been stuck in my head for the past couple of days. Actually know a few guys that are pro traders at proprietary shops. A lot of those guys were going heavy in the overnight session, and managed to make a little bit of money, but it wasn't quite the plummet that everybody was hoping for. And as we can see from the major tracking ETFs right here in my little top list, yeah, the SPY is giving us a little bit of downside action right here. If I had to just kind of course, we're looking at the weekly over here. Let's pop it back onto the daily. I mean, I kind of thought we'd him and haw in this little cycle right here, or this little channel right here, but after 3 days riding the line there, boom, 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 we just popped up to the top. Next stop, next little area would be getting above this level and putting in a little sideways dance as well. But that would require, a nice strong close above this level, which just, not there yet, but not looking weak. Not looking weak. So if we go through, if we come down here and pop yesterday's low, then we might get some follow through. If we don't, then yes, Mike, your potential big green bar at the close might be in effect. What I will say about the SPY, I mean, the Q was the leader, obviously, popping by a hair, an all-time high today, I think. Let's see. $237.47. 237.79. So it's just so funny, The Q's popped an all-time high and took a little pull back, but of course we all know of the overweighting in the tech stocks, which are pretty much accounting for that. Whereas the SPY still has a ways to go. SPY looking like the small caps compared to the SPY, actually. IWM was always the lagger. Now the SPY's lagging the Qs, and the IWM is lagging everybody. But unless we get a pop below yesterday's low, we'll probably hang in there. And the volume levels are lacking here. 68% of normal here, 51. Everybody's kind of going to sleep for now. We'll see what happens in the last hour. But nothing would surprise me, Mike. Nothing. Also, the old saying, how many people that I've been talking to as of late, some of my old trading buddies that are still pretty active in the pro space. There's no economy. There's no economy. Stores aren't open. How can this market keep going up? And what's the answer? The old saying, the market is not the economy, right? Which has never been more obvious than the past couple of weeks. The market obviously is not the economy because of the upside action, and it's just been so resilient, which leads me to believe, the market knows something that we don't, right? The market is certainly not the economy. Now, will things change? Maybe, maybe not. But we have to get confirmation via price action. Otherwise, it's just all hypothesis. All right. Questions panel is open. We've got about 8 minutes left till the top of the hour, and Barry will be taken back over again. But if you have any questions in the meantime, by all means, let me have them. Very quiet right now. Not really seeing any good trade around events in the AI today. Usually, once we see a stop get hit, we can kind of monitor that stock and kind of figure out, maybe the timing was off just a little bit, but that would require things to be kind of stabilizing around the stop areas, which they're not in these two cases right here, especially in MIH, well above its stop area. So, Stephanie, are you referring to potential swing candidates that the AI kicked out today, or just swing trade candidates in general? Because if it's just swing trade candidates in general, yeah, we could show you a couple there. Okay. So one that was recently activated in our little house fund here was MYGN. Let's see here, right about the 15, right about where it is right now. Okay, as this little push on the intraday was occurring right here, notice what's going on over here on the daily, right? Creeping up to this level right here. If we get above this level, might get some traction. Now, getting long up here takes a little pullback, but notice what's occurring. Come right down here to that 10 period, and hopefully that's going to act as some support. But, nice little swing trade setup. If it pushes, then, we might get some nice action up until this next area of potential supply. One example right there. Let's talk about some that have already occurred that are working nicely. How about that? This is one that's been performing quite well here. Let's see, 1396, I believe. Okay, so notice, what's going on right here. Curled down, came up to this little area right here. Of course, as these things do a lot of the time, we get a nice little doji candle right there, which tells us, hey, that's a real good sign when we're starting to think about, is this one setting up nicely? When you get a little doji or kind of a real skinny hammer like that, what does that mean? That means that sellers tried to take control, but guess what? They couldn't keep it down for long. Most of the volume was done up here in the candle body. We get a nice little pullback to one of my favorite moving averages. And then, as this level right here is broken, we get some nice follow through. Okay. How about OII? Well, let's take a look at that one. eyes are automatically drawn to this level right here. Okay, so first time, you know, pulled back the battering ram, tried to knock down the door for a couple of days here, just wouldn't fall. So, has to take a little break, has to gather its steam again, and then makes another run at it here. Boom, gets through. Following day, hey, look, there's that little doji again, which is always a good sign. So they broke the door down right here. Following day, put in that nice little doji, and then it's just kind of been grinding up for the remainder. So yeah, that little area right there was pretty cherry. Also, too, the green line on the daily is also the 10 period as well. So acting as a nice guiding hand as well on its little trip to the upside there. But no, a nice looking swing trade through that area right there. From a small dollar perspective, one that had been, to be quite honest, I didn't even know that this company was still around. It harkens back to the early days of the internet where, anytime you tried to watch a video, they tried to make you download the real player, and you're like, give me a break. Well, guess what? I guess Real Networks hasn't called it yet. Getting a lot of push as of late, going all the way from a buck 22 up almost doubling here. And we see the same type of little pattern playing out down here as well for Real Networks. I'm sure Sean was long a bunch of this one because he loves the small dollar stocks. Well, Otto, glad you enjoyed it. Glad to be of service. Glad to help. And we are approaching the top of the hour here, so let me see if Barry's ready to take it back over here. All right. I want to thank everybody for popping into the live session. Always a pleasure. Hope everybody's having a great trading day. Have a great Friday tomorrow, and we'll be back here, same bat time, same bat channel, each and every weekday. I'm going to stop streaming now, and happy trading to everybody. See you on the flip side. Bye-bye.
Okay, I think I'm going to be just about taking over in the YouTube feed. I'm not sure if I'm live there, if they've left. Well, I think what has to happen with LK is somebody has to find some news saying that, that their appeal, that I think they're in the appeal process of remaining on NASDAQ. And, something has juiced this stock a bit. Loud and clear? Okay, thank you. I'm sure Jamie and Sean put on a great show for you guys for that 1 hour. Well, you can't save Holly Neo to the cloud. Okay, those are not saved. You just have to load them. Just load the window every morning, or keep this as part of your layout. Okay, there's no cloud link for the individual strategies. In other words, you can't go here and say, okay, I want to save this breakout strategy to the cloud. These are proprietary strategies. So there's no cloud saving of anything within the AI. Well, you don't have to. You can. If you've got the AI, you should have this, at the very least, you should have this window. Okay, and as you should have this window, even if you just shrunk it a bit. Shrunk it a bit at the beginning of the day and let the alerts happen. If you've got the AI, you should have this window at the very, very least. and save it as part of your layout. Don't know what to say, cuz I mean, get a bigger monitor. I don't know what to say. But you cannot save. Again, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, you can take this window and, really minimize it a bit and save it as part of your layout. But again, I mean, if you're paying for premium, this should be one of the windows that you'd want to be seeing. So Huge, I just saw that they did their financing at $6.75. Only $10 million they raised at. So it is underneath the financing price of $6.75. All right, guys, I'm going to be doing my video pretty soon, and because you're bringing up something I should go over probably at least once a day, and this is good for those of you with multiple monitors. Well, I don't know, Vikram. I mean, you'd have to create your own strategy to do that. Okay. I mean, I don't know, buy the stocks at the best limit price. No. I mean, I don't know, Vikram. You'd have to create your own strategy and test it. Where are they? They are here. You can actually subscribe to it. I mean, so Vikram, can you? I mean, you'd have to develop it yourself. I mean, I don't know how I would develop that. Okay, guys, I am going to do my video now, so I will be back. What time is it now? About 1:04, say around 1:30. And then at 2 o'clock, we have our marketing meeting. Huge on the way down. It's not shortable for me. Vikram, are you going to stick around? I can show you how to. I don't have a video link for it, but I can easily show you how to do it. But I have to do my video now. I'll be back at about 1:30, so I can show you how to do it then, if that's okay. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute now. All right, no technical issues doing it, so it was a quick video for me today. So I am back. Okay, Vikram, are you listening to me? Can you hear me? And can you see my screen? I'm actually talking to somebody in the YouTube stream, but that's okay, Dave. Okay, I'll have to wait for him to answer. Wow, look at play now. Now it's over another nice area, that 19, like psychological. What is the high right there? 1875. Wow. Even Michaels is having a bounce. Boy, Michaels is having a nice bounce. I mean, Michaels had earnings, first reaction, not great, but has now actually gone mildly positive. When is the IB Broker Plus talk today? Oh, I don't play earnings at all, Chris. Not even remotely. I don't try. I don't gamble on earnings. Yeah, don't gamble on earnings. I mean, I have no thoughts. Another airline, oh, beautiful little pot for Hawaiian Holdings. They used to call it Hawaiian Airlines, but now they call it Hawaiian Holdings for quite a while now. But look at that nice little pot for Hawaiian. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is actually even nicer looking than a lot of them, because it's completely cleared all this. As opposed to an American, it hasn't completely cleared all these topping tails. Or the longer this holds over 19, I'd like to see some volume come in, but this Hawaiian HA. Hovnanian, which I find one of the hardest companies to pronounce. Hovnanian is another one. Look at this. This is an earnings play, and it's through the 200-day moving average. I point these out for potential swing type trades. I mean, look at the break on the daily on earnings through the 200-day. You look left on that weekly, and it's got room. Is the support chat open? Depends what you mean by the support chat. For technical problems, or like what exactly, what type of support are you looking for? So are you talking about in the simulator or in your live account, your Interactive Brokers account? I mean, I don't know about the correct way, but I mean, if I look at it, okay, so this is what I would do, Bam. I would stop using the IB paper trading account via B plus, and I would use ours. Now, it's possible that using the B plus paper trading within B plus or paper trading within IB. So you're not using our simulator. Let me. You're not using our simulator. If I'm going to, other than setting up a trailing stop, I'd be using our simulator. It's got to be a lot easier than doing it via, establishing that paper trading port within IB. Yeah, it's a difficult one, swing trade, because everybody, the AI can be used in so many different ways. There's not one way. There's not one way that I could say, here, watch this video, and here's how you use the AI. Yeah, I don't think that stop loss is working in the simulator, Bam. Okay, I think that's the issue, the trailing stop. I don't think it works in the simulator. With a live account, I believe I'm pretty sure it is working. I think that's the last I heard about that. I don't think it works in the simulator. So that's the reason. But I'd be using our simulator. I wouldn't be using Interactive Brokers. This has got to be a lot easier to set up. Okay, Dave, you might want to check this channel out, okay? There might be some setups already. I see, because I am not one of those guys who uses flags and heads and shoulders and all of that, okay? But you might want to check out this channel, new channel bar, and check out the Trader's Vault. The other guys do more things like that than I do, okay? And check out the Trader's Vault, and what they do is, where is it? There it is, the Trader's Vault, and there are a whole bunch of scans in there, and some of them, hopefully, I think some of them are named like that. That might help you. You don't have to. You don't have to set up. Well, I would, this is what I do, okay? Even in the simulator, okay? I always put a stop loss in. But I do it here, but you can set up your strategy, of course, here. And I set up a stop loss. The first thing I do is I say I'm going to establish a risk per trade, a dollar value that I'm willing to, if it goes against me, okay, I'm willing to lose, in this particular case, $100. And then risk management that I'm using this VWAP stop. You can use the VWAP stop. I would test it out. Not the new one. You don't have access to that, but it's essentially the same. I'm looking at the numbers. They're virtually the same now. And then when you do that, using, setting up these rules, then when you trade something using those rules, for instance, You know, if I trade, then what it's going to do, it's going to automatically position size me with the stop in place. You don't have to, but we do encourage you that if you want to do it manually, you can put a stop in afterwards, yes. But then you're having to do some math because you should be risking about the same amount per trade. So now you have to start doing some math. You know, doing it this way, it automatically calculates the share size. The other way, you'll have to do a little bit of math. So let's just say, for instance, you know, you knew your stop was 23 cents away, and you want to risk 100 shares or $100. So you'd have to, you know, divide 100 or 23 cents into 100 to get the number of shares you're going to take. Trader's Vault is here. Click on New, Channel Bar, and in the channel bar, Trader's Vault. Lots of different scans are in there. Remember though, everything in here is a layout. So before you click on that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Okay, Vikram, I see you. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Okay, Vikram, so are you watching? I'm going to show you how you can create your own strategy. Yeah, see, Bam, I'm just not sure you can do that. I don't know. I mean, whatever your trail. Yeah, I'm not sure you can do that. Even, you know, your best bet then is to, a guy who really knows a lot about that sort of stuff, is go to the homepage, and Michael Noss, I think he's around today. He really knows a lot about that stuff. I'm not sure you can do that. But before I say you can't, okay, there's a homepage link, and start a live chat and ask that question, okay? Okay, Vikram, so you have to have, oh, look at LK. I'm sorry, I mean, there's just so much happening. My gosh, look at LK. There has to be some news on this. There has to be something that's saying, you know, we're really fighting tooth and nail not to be delisted from NASDAQ. Okay, so Vikram, so you have your Brokers Plus. I'm going to ask you questions at a time and just say yes if you have. So you have your Brokers Plus window open and you have the strategy tab open, so you see something like this. Okay, Vikram, did you hear my question? So do you have this one? You're on the app, right? You're not on the web-based version. I think there might be a delay in your answering me. I think we have a little time delay on the answering questions in YouTube. I have to know if you have this screen open before I keep going. Okay, you have the app. Okay. So, well, I'm asking you, okay, Russ, I'll try to, it's here, new compare count. Okay, new compare count. So in the toolbar, new compare count window. All right, that's how you get them. Then you can set them up, the competing strategies. Okay, so you've got the app. Do you have Brokerage Plus open, Vikram? Do you have this window? Okay, and you've got it on the strategies tab. Okay, so you've got the, so you probably see some default long and short strategies, right? Say L and S, right? So to create your own, you just right click, new trading strategy. Okay, you give it a name. Is it going to be a long or a short? You tell it which one it's going to be, long or short. Now all these tabs, and I can't tell you what you're going to use, all right? But I mean, you can delay it if you want. I don't have a delay on this. This is the entry time, but you could, you know, if you were say auto trading something, you could say I only want to take trades, you know, after the first 15 minutes and only up to a certain time, things like that. The order details and risk management, I always say kind of go hand in hand. You can use this position sizing. Get into the habit of realizing that not every trade is going to work. So in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. That's what that 100 means. This is a little drop-down menu based on a stop loss, $100. And then the risk management, I'm using a stop. I don't know why that switched over there, but oh, I know why. So I'm actually using, this is a big drop-down menu. I'm going to use this VWAP stop, which you do have access to. You see it right there. So there's my stop. So right off the bat on the single stock window, I see, well, I can't drag it over, but the VWAP stop is 85 cents. So if I took a trade right now with a stop of 85 cents and risking $100, basically the number of shares it would take would be 85 cents into $100. Okay, that'd be the number of shares it would take. You can put a hold time. I don't, but if you want to, you can even declare it a swing trade. You know, you can just, this is just a slider. Like this is all the stuff you can practice, okay? And once you've done that, again, I can't tell you what you're going to do, but I'm just showing you the options that you do have. And once you've done that, then you just say, okay. And now you've got a strategy. But it starts from here. And again, I would experiment. I would paper trade. Okay, I would experiment. You know, but it all starts from here, and you can create your own little trading strategy right in here. Experiment. You can trade in the pre-market. Yep. You can trade. It'd be manual. Okay. I don't think you can set the time ahead, but you can manually trade. But it goes in at limit. No market orders. It's a limit order. Certainly, the AI does not trade in the pre-market. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, you can't set it up. Like you can't move that slider. Okay, but you can use it. You can manually trade in using Brokerage Plus in the pre-market. Okay, TES stocks. I'll answer your question, and then I'll answer Adam first. Okay, what are the disadvantages? Well, you have access to the AI. You will not have access to the simulated trading Brokerage Plus. But you certainly have access to the AI. What I will do is I'll give you a little link, and you can see here are your options. As a Mac user, here are your options. A little video was done. But if you don't care about having this, you know, being our simulated trader to practice trading with, then, you know, the differences, they're not that much. I mean, you certainly have access to the AI. at the web-based version. Let me just bring up the web-based version. Hey, Asif, I'm fine. Now, it's not going to look that great. I have to, format it and all, but still have access to, the AI. I mean, you have access. What you're seeing here. I mean, again, I have to format it a lot better. But what you see here is exactly what you see in the app. So there's no difference in that regard. Okay, so what I do? Well, obviously, I'm the moderator of the trading room, so I'm answering a lot of trade ideas questions. People are asking me, how to use the program, or can I do this, can I do that? I will talk about trades that I'm going to take. I'm not here to tell you what to take. I'm not, if I'm in a trade, I'm not telling you, okay, now you should get out. It's not that sort of a room. And I'm distracted, a fair amount by answering questions. So my trading, I don't want to say suffers. I don't trade a lot. Even in the best of times, I'm not like a huge trader in terms of, well, I got to take 20 trades a day. But a lot of times you'll hear me say, guys, this is a great area to be looking at. I may not take the trade, but I'm pointing things out. And, with 500 people in the room, all sorts of different styles of trading. Some might look at that and go, I see what he's saying. Yeah, I wouldn't mind taking that trade as an example. So, I mean, I don't option trade at all. I rarely swing trade. I did do my big large swing of WMG overnight. Made $3 on it. I'm not a big swing trader. So Adam, when you say strategies, how about strategies? Are you talking about, for instance, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Okay, a lot of scans I'm sharing. My best Yoda. A lot of scans I am sharing. Anyway, you can click on. You have to come into the room. It's a lot easier for me to share all these in the trading room. I'll give you a link. But if you become a subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So you don't have to know how to create them from scratch. So I guess the answer is yes, you will have access. Yeah, I'm more of a day trader, yes. But there are a ton of people in this trading room that swing trade. I mean, it's just a mindset, Look at laser. Look at laser. I mean, look at the room this one's got now. Not as much room as I thought. I'm looking at that monthly chart, and it looks like there's quite a bit of resistance about 250 away, which that's not bad if it could get close to that. But rather not see that. Rather see more. Yeah, Mara, another blockchain. Craziness in action again. Look at the volume, 7 million. Traded the float already. Just a minute, please. Okay, guys, I think I had a. Okay, can you hear me? You probably hear me in the YouTube feed. Can you hear me in the room? There, I just noticed that it muted itself. I did. I honestly didn't do it. So first of all, and I don't think you see my screen though, right? Oh, make sure. Can you hear me? Okay, now, okay, is back, and I know it's going to be blurry. It'll be probably blurry to start. Okay, and the focus should get better. Okay, good. Now I have a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock, so I'll be ducking out at 2. I'll be here. I can answer questions. Just have to put myself on mute. Meanwhile, this PVAC just continues and continues and continues. Uh, okay, yeah, I see the screen went off again. Can you hear me though? Okay, let's see if I can regain the screen. I'm trying. Okay, I'm going to try something else. I can see it's spinning. Yeah, it's spinning around. I mean, you can't see what I'm seeing, of course, but I'm trying to relaunch the screen and it's. Yeah, guys, I mean, the screen, I know the screen's gone. You can hear me though, but the screen is gone. I don't know how I'm going to fix this. Okay, it's probably come back and it's probably blurry to start. I just don't have the confidence it's going to remain. It is back. Okay. Well, let's keep our fingers crossed that that was just a blip today for a little bit and it doesn't disappear again. Yeah, that's very simple, Kimberly. Any window, just grab it, left click on it. Okay, left click on it and hold it, and just move it. Okay, so any window, you just click on the column you want to move, get right into the column, and left click on it and hold it, and then move it. And you'll start to see some little dots, a little square of dots, and then wherever you want it to have it, you just release. Okay, so T-Stock, what you're seeing here, this is a watch list that I created that you can follow all day long. Okay, doesn't mean you have to take the trade right at the alert. But I don't know what sort of trading experience you have, but this is a watch list that I've created that usually are stocks that have some room, not just for a day trade, but for who knows, many days, multi days. Is it gone? Is the screen really gone again? See, I'm not seeing that. Okay, good. Because what I'm seeing, you see, I'll just briefly tell you, when that goes gray, I know I've lost the screen, but it's still bright white. Well, I don't know how to help you if you don't see it. If other people do see it, I'm not sure how I can help you. Maybe just do a refresh. Yeah, do a refresh. The gear icon in the top right hand corner, and right beside it, there's a refresh icon. It looks like almost a closed circle. And then this window here, this is just literally a basic new highs and lows as they're triggering, with certain filters in place. I mean, this is just my setup, okay? I mean, with Trade Ideas, you can set up the scanner, the different types of trading scenarios. So, this is just a very, very basic new high and new low for the day, with these filters in place as an example. So there's stocks between 1 and 30, trading at least 3 times as normal, 300,000 shares minimum, up or down 3%. And if all these filters are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, we see it in the window. So, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things you can do with Trade Ideas, but, hopefully, I don't know what your trading style is. But you kind of develop your own trading style. So everything that I've got, it's not so much. Well, you can't download my watch list. I shouldn't say it like that. To access my watch list, if you click on New from the toolbar, New, Channel Bar, and then My Windows. Okay, Barry's Windows right there. Now, this is a layout. Everything in the channel bar is a layout. So if you have a layout, if you're new, you might not have one, but if you have a layout on your screen right now, make sure you save it to the cloud. Because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So this would replace your layout. So typically, if you wanted to follow My Windows, you would load at 9:30 when the market starts, and just wait for the alerts to happen. I'm sharing a lot of other scans right here in the Room Drive icon, right up here, half open folder, scans that I share. And you can download and it'll go to a Word document. Then you can take a look at every scan that I'm sharing. Guys, I have to get set up for this marketing meeting. So just give me a second here. American Airlines making new highs again. Well, that's why I try to simplify it for a lot of people who are new. Create this watch list so that, if this is all you wanted to focus on all day long, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Never mind everything else that's happening around you. Boy, look at American Airlines. So it didn't even really have a pullback. I thought maybe it would have a pullback. No pullback at all. It just rested and then it's starting to move again. I'm really interested to see what happens with this one tomorrow. I have my doubts, but you never know. I know they talked about opening up short flights within your country, within the States. How did Mesa end up doing? Yeah, it just didn't hold it. You know, it's a very small airline, of course. I thought maybe it would be tugged along, but what an ugly looking daily chart that one is. You can put a symbol list in there, yes, Russ. So I mean, the compare count is just basically comparing two competing strategies. I could have taken this one and created a compare count because it's basically competing kind of like this. So with these filters in place, show me the stocks making new highs and compare with these filters in place, stocks making new lows. I mean, I don't use a compare count window. I like to use this window as my compare count, if you will. But I could put a symbol list. I could create just the symbols I want to follow and attach it to both those strategies. A little more complicated, but you can certainly do that. All right, guys, this marketing meeting is going to start. So I'm going to put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back just for a while. It's what time is it? 2:44. So probably be wrapping up at around 3 unless there are questions. I'll stay a little later if there are questions. Look at Buckle. Look at my namesake, BKE. BKE on the move here. Another one of these retailers coming back. BKE. Boy, this could be. When do they have earnings? May 22nd. So they had earnings last month. Look at this one. I mean, look at this beautiful weekly as it's trying to break out of all this. And meanwhile, yeah, I was so ridiculously wrong about AAL and what it could do. I did not think it would have a move like this, but man, oh man, what a move for AAL. Look at the volume. So even though it's traded a little more than half the float. Wow. I mean, it's just, if you have my basic highs and lows and you haven't turned off the text to voice, you know what it was doing. Man, oh man. Unbelievably, unbelievably, it is not shortable at Interactive Brokers right now. I mean, it's not the big red dot, but you have they won't they don't want you to short it. This is at Interactive Brokers, unbelievably. But they're all moving, guys. I mean, look at United Airlines, Delta Airlines. I was really actually kind of hoping that Mesa, a nice little cheap one, would have a real big, whoops, a big run here. But 'twas, well, I mean, if this comes out, how many? I mean, it's only 31 million in the float. I mean, if it gets sucked along a little bit with the rest of the airlines just for a while, I mean, this could be a great little percentage move play. I mean, if it can get out of here, look at the float, only 31 million in the float. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you think they're going under or anything like that. It's just a matter of the sort of the herd mentality here. Find another airline. Great buy right there. I mean, look at the consolidation on that 15-minute chart for AAL right there. And then we didn't quite get the volume on that candle, but we started look at the volume starting to come in, and just propelled it up. This will be really interesting after hours to see what happens with American. 47%, half a billion in the float. Boy, you don't see that often, guys, with such a big, well, 400 million. The only way it can happen, of course, is coming off the bottom. So look at the pot for J. Look at even save. Look at the volume that's coming into save at a kind of consolidation. A little bit choppy on the fives, but look at the volume that is coming into save. $317 shorts. That's funny. Again, the 11th commandment, thou shalt not chase, but it's sure hard not to. Doesn't hurt that you've got that big 55% short float. I mean, it may not be exactly that number right now, but look at that short float, 55%. So all these people that were, who knows when they were shorting from and holding on, but starting to cover somewhat anyway, fueling the buying. How do I get it? You can have it. It's right here. You can have all the scans I'm sharing, Enoch, if you just click on that Room Drive icon. Scans that I share, download, including that one. Well, what's going to happen tomorrow? Tomorrow's Friday. What a week. What an incredible week. Well, these last 2 days have been, even though today was a choppy day, just some stupendous low float plays, but then some incredible large float plays like American Airlines. I look at another one. I mean, this Best Buy. I knew I was going to do it. I knew I was going to do it. Bed Bath and Beyond. Ha ha, Dave. No, I've been slamming. Well, slamming. I mean, American Airlines for forever. They were in the big. I think anyway. I mean, I haven't delved into or dove. You know what I want. Really gone over their fundamentals compared to United and all the rest of them, but they seem to be in a lot more trouble than the rest of them, even before the pandemic. Well, that's possible. I mean, it obviously got up to, but I can't short it, even if I wanted to. 18, 19, and yeah, I mean that's a big drop, but over $1. I'm a little disappointed in WMG. I have to admit. I mean, disappointed. I mean, I took $3 out of it, but I was hoping it would kind of remain up in this area and just continue to move, but I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen now. I will be watching VISL tomorrow. Definitely. It'll probably be, I don't know if it'll make the watch list. It's had too big of a pullback, but I'll be watching this one tomorrow to see if it takes at that 150. What do I think about it? It's the Heart Hovnanian. Well, I think I saw it earlier and it looked very interesting on that weekly chart. Though, I mean, it's got a lot of resistance not that far away. You know, if this weren't here, it's got a lot of resistance not that far away. I mean, it's, you know, $3 away or so, but, or $2 away, 2.5 to $3 away. So it doesn't look as beautiful. If you look at that monthly chart, I mean, look at all that resistance right there. It's not that far away. Be a lot better if all that weren't here and, you know, it was more up in this area around the 40 level. You know, it's the same thing. I mean, it looks a little different on the weekly chart, but it's all this stuff. It's kind of choppy to me. It has earnings after hours. I'm sorry, it had earnings this morning. I'm sorry, it had earnings this morning, pre-market. I mean, obviously the reaction is fantastic so far, up 30%, up $5. But I think, you know, for a longer term hold, I don't know about all that resistance. That it's pretty close. Well, when you just file, you can two ways. I mean, you can save your layout to your computer, of course, and then but file, save, or share to cloud, where it says, you know, in the toolbar. File, save, or share to cloud. Give your layout a name. Okay, give it another name, Enox layout, whatever you want to call it, entire layout. Give it a name and save it, and then it's saved. Then when you exit trade ideas, where it says exit and it says save layout, say yes. Then tomorrow, when you load your layout, everything it'll be part of your layout. Okay? All right, guys, it looks like there are not that many more questions, so I'll be shutting the room down at 3. Yeah, I'll stick around if there are questions, but look at Crex. Again, look at this. I mean, look, the volume, a little bit of volume picking up, coming out of here. Low float, 8 million and 9 million in the float. High of yesterday was 324, so it's almost at the high of yesterday. You know, guys, I mean, this could be very interesting. Probably going to make the watch list for tomorrow, especially even if it doesn't take out the yesterday's high. Well, you customize as in, you know, create a scan and you can create your own scans. It's exactly the same way. There's no difference in that regard, JB. The new tab is whited out. Well, okay, let's just see. You would ask the easiest question when I want to close down. That's okay, I'm just kidding you. No, I'm just kidding you. Okay, so new. No, 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 no. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding you. New. So what's going on? Do you have a green ball? And so what do you mean it's whited out? So if you click on new and alerts, you're not getting an alert window, or I don't know what you mean by whited out. So when you click on new alerts, now you can create your configure. You can go in and configure and the filters that you want. You can't click on anything. And you have a green ball. Well, that, you see the options, but it won't let you click. That's frustrating for me. I just don't know why. Corrects, guys. Corrects. Yeah, okay. What browser? I mean, using a Safari or it shouldn't matter. Obviously, it shouldn't matter. You're on a Mac. You should be able to use your browser, Safari. It shouldn't matter. And they haven't got back to you, obviously. Why can you not? And you've reloaded a few times, right? You've done a reset connection. Okay, try Chrome then. Okay, as Price is saying, try Chrome as your browser just to see. Try Chrome as your browser while I'm still here. Okay, just try Chrome and see if that works. I mean, that'll be a simple fix, or Firefox. It's possible that it doesn't like Safari. Okay, so Jetson saying he's used. What do you say for trading? You mean like Brokerage Plus? No, it's not going to happen. And as far as clicking on the symbol and having it load, I mean, somebody said it doesn't work very well. So it depends what you mean by trading, for trading. Oh, no, no. Yeah, you cannot trade. The only one it works with is Interactive Brokers right now. The only one. And I'll doubt it's ever going to work with Fidelity. I mean, I know we're talking, obviously, we were talking with E-Trade and TDA. Fidelity's not in the mix. Yeah, but he doesn't. He doesn't. He doesn't trade like that. He doesn't use obviously, you can. Don't get. I mean, don't to misconstrue. You can use trade ideas with any broker. You know, you don't have to have Brokerage Plus to trade using trade ideas. It's just a nice add-on. You know, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, or of course, if you want to use it as a simulated trader. Ah, can I bring it back? Yeah, shaking it around sometimes it just doesn't, the monitor doesn't like that. Okay, so is JB back? Did you try? Did you try? Okay, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait, JB. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, when you say how to use trade ideas to trade, you get an alert, and even if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account, so at the very least, you could type BBBY into your order entry, into your whatever broker you've got, and then trade it. Just waiting on JB to see if it's going to work for you. Okay, fingers crossed. Well, it's more how to trade using trade ideas. I mean, it's not a training course on how to trade stocks. I mean, you can ask questions like, well, I'm interested in, pullbacks and things like that, and they might have some ideas for you. But it's not a course on how to trade stocks as such. Now you can ask them, well, what do you like to do and what do you look for and all that sort of stuff. But it's more of, how do you use trade ideas to find stocks to trade. I don't know. I do not provide one-on-one training. No. I mean, I sort of do all day long, but it's only trade idea stuff. Okay, I mean, if you will, but it's not. But I don't teach trading. No, ever. I thought if you don't have brokerage, you can buy trade ideas to trade. I don't understand your question, Enoch. You have to have a broker. You always have to have a broker. You know that, right? You have to have a broker to execute your trades. Whether it's Interactive Brokers or any other broker out there, you have to have a broker. We are not a broker. Not really, Russ. I don't have. I'm more of a field player, so it's. I'm not really a big technician. It worked. I love it. Okay, now I can go. My day is my job is done. Okay, guys. Thanks for all the help today. Another awesome day to start anyway, and lots of stuff happening all day long as usual. So we will. You kidding? I don't have that. I don't have a breaking up for. I don't have a breaking up on volume. I know what you're saying. It somehow it appeared. Why I don't know. But this is breaking. I mean, believe me, this breaking new highs and all. Lots of volume in here all day long. All right, guys, I'm out of here. We'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. It is Friday, yay! And who knows? I'm very interested in what happens to American Airlines tomorrow. See if it can hold its gains. And keep an eye on CREX, CREX. This could have an interesting after hours move. Okay, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a great evening. Bye bye. Oops.